find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. If we put in the time. Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time.
Good evening. Welcome, everyone. Welcome in. Friends, I see lots of friendly faces in here, and I see Kresha in here too. Good evening, Kresha.
Oh, how did I get here? I just took the wrong portal. No, I got here on the right one. Right.
No,
portal.
I don't think. Yeah, Lori didn't open that one for you. I guarantee.
Yeah. No, she left those. Those are rabbit holes. Okay. Been down them. Been up and down those rabbit holes. It was Judge Boyce that said during her sentencing, he said that bizarre religious rabbit holes, I think. Yeah. Because that's where I got that from. I mean, you know.
Wow, the judge said that. Holy cow.
Yeah.
But Trial TV Live is in here. They're a good friend of mine, Squeegee of Justice. A good friend of mine, obviously, Forrest and Dizzy. Thank you for coming into mod. Nina's in here. Treva's in here. Beach Bum. Hi there. I didn't see you come in. Beach Bum in the house.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. How are you doing? For all my people that are joining too. Joe, I just think I realized that I could have done this before. I've never like co-streamed or whatever until after we were live. So I just realized that that's probably why you sent me that earlier. But anyways, you know, like I could have set my chat up and everything.
Oh yeah, I did. I'm new to this whole thing too. I'm new to this whole thing too. I just passed 1,000 subs, so I just want to thank. Thanks to all of my supporters out there and all the people that have subbed up. I appreciate that so much. Like it's like the last month has gone from like I was wallowing in the 500 to 600s, and then boom, I'm up over 1,000 now. So thanks everybody so much. I appreciate that.
I saw that yesterday. You know that you were right under it. And I was like, okay, well, he's going to nudge over that anytime now. So I'm a prophetess. Did you not know that?
Right. You foresaw the future, and it was good.
I was foreordained in the previous life. Okay. All right.
Oh, we're already going to get into that. We're already going to get into Mormon doctrine, and we just started.
Oh, man. It's so messy. It's so messy. I was on a roll earlier. I kind of backed away from like Lori and Chad's beliefs and everything as far as not so much the associations, you know, like I've been focusing on the associations and like the beliefs in the so-called LDS Church of Satan or whatever. It's this church that allegedly exists within the Mormon church. Well, anyway, so I've been going down those rabbit holes, but today, like right before I came on, because this is how my brain works. My brain, it's like, hey, let's get ready for Bishop Pace. And I'm like, hey, let's do this other thing. you know, that's what I
Mhm.
do. My brain does this
You
all the
know,
time.
my brain
So
does
I
that too.
started, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, the closer we get to trial, the more my brain does that, because
Yeah.
there's just been so many
Yes.
documents dropped, and I'm trying to keep track of those and keep up with those.
Yeah.
And I think I'm doing a decent job of it, but they
You're
also
doing
like
great.
scatter me. They scatter me to the winds, and I think that's her point. I think she like creates chaos. I think that's what she does. So anyway,
And let me just tell you, Joe, that making eye contact with her is overrated because we had a weird stare exchange the day that she wanted to leave the trial, the day they showed the autopsy, the photos of the children. We
yeah,
had like, and I didn't know that at the time because, it was real time. And right before I was, because like they started showing, or they were about to start showing the pictures, and I started getting really antsy. Like I couldn't escape my body. I was just trying to keep myself busy. I was tweeting what was going on in the courtroom, and I threw my earbuds in because I needed to bounce bad, like get out of there. And you can't make a commotion, So I was like just kind of stuck. And I hate feeling stuck. That's like the worst thing you can do to me is make me feel stuck or put me somewhere. But and so it was just me and Larry and my uncle Jerry that I remember that day. Mom didn't come because she was smart. Okay. My mom was smart. we had the heads up, but I was like, oh no, I can do this. Yeah. No, you don't have to. But so the first break, all rise. And so they're letting the jurors out, and so me and Lori lock eyes with one another. And it was weird because it's like I kind of zoned out at the same time. Like I was kind of looking beyond her, through her, past her, around her. Um, I just kind of, how you kind of go into a stare. Well, or a long gaze. I don't know what to call it. But we both locked eyes. And I don't know how long it was. I mean, it couldn't have been too long in the grand scheme of things, but we locked eyes, and you know how you communicate, right? You communicate with your eye.
mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yep.
right? And
There-
I don't know what was communicated. I didn't get anything from her. I mean, right? But I don't know. Whenever I left there, I walked around the block because that's where my parents had a condo for the trial. And hold on. Okay. And I walked to where my mom was. She was unloading groceries. I helped her unload groceries, and then she got a phone call and telling us to be up there right now because Lori was pulling her shenanigans, right? So we get there just in time for the doors to shut. And so all rise, and they address Lori not wanting to be in the courtroom. And then it didn't dawn on me until after that, and me and mom left again, and it dawned on me after that, and I was like, "Oh my god, wait, we had that weird." I mean, I don't know, I'm not saying my eyes gave her the stank eye or anything or frightened her, but I hope it intimidated her. I hope it really made her not wanna come back. I hope it was in combination of seeing her dead children's remains on the screen like everybody else was having to do. Um, we didn't have the luxury, I'll say. And I'm being very facetious. We weren't there. Okay. She loves to say that. So anyways, I just
yeah,
pray to
yeah.
God that maybe my angel family showed through. I don't know. I hope they, I hope she saw them in my face. I
Well,
hope it's
when I talk about making eye contact with her, it's facetious. It's like
yeah.
I'm just like
That's
making fun of the situation, just like being within several feet of a convicted murderer, a 3-time
yeah.
convicted murderer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's facetious. It's not like I really want to lock eyes with her, but if you didn't see anything, the eyes are the windows to the soul. So
There you go.
does she have a soul?
I mean,
I
that
mean,
I never really said that out loud. And so usually I process things when I say them out loud. not that part, but I remember that. I remember there being nothing communicated to me. I just kind of went into that long, where you zone out kind of, but locked eyes, and
Yeah.
anyways, it was just weird and whatever.
Yeah, and there are religious debates among all spiritualities about what a soul is, what a spirit is, and all of that.
Mhm.
So I'm not getting. I don't want to get into
Right.
that because we
Nah.
have so we have so much heavier stuff to get
Oh,
into.
yeah. It's so
Why
much
not
more
get into
jacked up.
heavier stuff?
I love
So,
philosophical things, but yeah, this stuff is way too heavy. It's way heavy.
and
But I mean,
disturbing.
it's true. It's real, and it's been real, and it's been a problem, and I do believe that it's still a problem, and because it's never been addressed. It's just been never released to the public on purpose. It was leaked to the public on purpose. And by that, I mean the PACE memorandum, the PACE memo right here. Thank you for pulling that up.
Says do not reproduce. I wonder when that was handwritten on there.
Probably after the first copy, second copy, you know.
Stop making copies, guys. This stuff's going to get out. People are going to find out.
Right? Let me find out. I swear. Oh yeah,
All
like
right.
you
So
said, it's a typewriter there, so it's pretty ancient.
yeah, yeah. I mean, they did have dot matrix printers back then, but they were not as commonplace
Yeah.
in 1990. I think when was my first dot matrix printer? That may have been like 1988, 19. I'm dating myself. I
You are
better
a
be
nerd. You're a nerd.
quiet.
I'm a nerd too. I just nerd different than you. That's all. That is all, my friend. And so I get you. I just know you're in good company. And so are everybody here. Y'all are in good company.
Yeah.
But I have a little blurb to, about Glenn Pace.
Okay.
Glenn L. Pace. Glenn L. Pace was a prominent figure within the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, serving as a member of the first Quorum of the 70. He was known for his direct and often candid approach in addressing sensitive topics within the church. The Pace Memo refers to a document he authored intended for church leadership, which addressed concerns about potential financial mismanagement and ethical issues related to the church's welfare program. This isn't it. While never officially released by the church, the memo became public, sparking significant discussion and controversy regarding transparency and accountability. It's not about finance. Let me
No,
try that
that's
again.
about the welfare. That's about the welfare system. But the welfare system is another like integral
It,
part of the LDS
yes,
church.
it does play into it because as we see right now in real time or in recent time, how the church, it was uncovered through the Frankie children, the Frankie abuse of Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Frankie. Jesse Hildebrandt is Jody Hildebrandt's niece, and they go by they them pronouns. So I'm gonna try it so hard. So whenever Jesse went on Mormon Stories podcast and talked about their abuse from their aunt and how it's basically it really clashed for me. I mean, not in a bad way. It clashed together like wham. It was crazy because I was reading the Hamblin documents at that time, which is a whole other horrible, horrific case that we can't ever get to, like to trial, to court, to justice. But reading that case, and then so all this Frankie and Hildebrandt stuff came out, and it was revealed through Jesse that their aunt would like basically what's going on here is these Mormon therapists allegedly are or were being recommended by bishops. Like the bishops would recommend their members to the Mormon therapists that were on the recommended list. And then, so then let's say Jody would take, clients from, the membership, and the church would pay, like the bishops would pay from the church, from tithing funds. And David Hamblin is alleged to have done this too. And Adam Steed has come forward through the Frankie and Hildebrandt case. That's how I learned about him. But he's really one of the main whistleblowers in the Boy Scouts of America scandal, whatever the hell. I don't even know what to call that besides disgusting. Okay. But anyway, so Adam Steed was one of the main whistleblowers in Idaho at that time.
Right.
And
So what happened? So what happened with the Hamlin case? Did they dismiss the
it's
charges?
still they just dismissed some of the charges. I mean, it's I don't know how to explain it yet because that's way too much stuff right here. It's so close to
Right.
trial
Yeah.
with
There's a
Lori.
lot of rabbit
So
holes. There are so many rabbit
yeah.
holes. Like
Well, I follow this
Hamlin, the
one investigator who was paid or hired to and basically what they do is they get the case together, they investigate it. He has corroborated so many things just with the geographical location. These people who do this ritual abuse, this kind of these rings, alleged rings, I'll say, they tend to live in neighborhoods that are like circular, and they go where other LDS Church of Satan members are members, so they can have their dark church and they can have their light church. They have to hold membership in both churches, both groups. I don't know. They have to
right,
be.
and they talk about in this memo though, right? Like we've been through
Yes.
about half of this memo,
Yes.
and they talk about in the first half. So if you've missed the first 3 episodes, you got to go back and watch the first 3 episodes. But that doesn't mean you're lost now. You just need to know that this horrible, evil stuff was going on with members of the church. Like Lynn Pace interviewed 60 or 65 people,
60.
and what was it, like 60 people, and like 45 of them said that they had been ritually abused.
They had
right?
witnessed sacrifices. They had witnessed and or been forced to participate in sacrifices. And I'm like, whoa, I've never been to one. No, I don't want one either. Y'all can lose that. But I'm just saying, like, that's substantial, like that's pretty big. In my opinion, that's one too many.
Right.
And I think this is
that
exactly why we have Lori at her sentencing, her allocution in what, 2024? I forget what year, 2023. And she's saying no one was murdered here. And I mean, I'm like, right, sister? Because they were sacrificed. Wink, wink. Because that's how I took it. Like, they were sacrificed. They went as a down payment for your entry into this figurative Church of the Firstborn. And I mean, I've got all kinds of things on this. Not today, but I mean, I can spit it right now. And that's what this is. It's like an exaltation club or something. Like, you made it. It's not necessarily a second anointing or whatever, but it did exalt Lori. It did give her God status. It did give her a queen. It gives the queen, king, priest, priestess, and you have the God goddess. Okay. And the woman becomes, or she becomes equal to the man. Okay. Once they're exalted in this status to the Church of the Firstborn. And so
we have some new people in here tonight, just a handful.
What's
wrap that into Lori. So she's claimed to be exalted, right?
Yeah. Everything
all right.
that Lori,
I'll let you continue then. Sorry.
Sorry. I get excited. But everything that everything that my aunt told my uncle, everything that Lori told my uncle, Charles, was, I found it verbatim in the secret ceremony, which they call the second anointing. I wasn't there. I can't corroborate that. We did find out in the trial, however, that, certain dates that they all went to the temple, because I guess that's where you do evil. I don't know. It's what it appears to be with this group for sure. They were, anyway, so they were going and worshiping or whatever. Maybe they could have been conspiring for all I know. I mean, that's where I would go. First Amendment.
There are a lot of questions that non-members have about what goes on in the temple.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of different things that go on in the temple.
I'm
And
tired though of people saying that and just without even knowing, because I'm not sitting here saying that I know. I'm just saying I suspect. I've chased all this down over the last 6 years. It matches verbatim, nothing else. Like I can go to other churches, I can go look at their doctrine, I can go, and that's not where that is. It's right here in the church where they both were members at the time of all these crimes and the conspiring and everything. And they were doing this is what they were doing. And the words that were mentioned to my uncle and she threatened my uncle with, she's a god, she's here to lead and usher in the 144,000 for Christ's second coming, to the New Jerusalem, da 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 da, Church of the Firstborn. That is all from this freaking ceremony. I find it everywhere. It's everywhere. I can not find it now.
yeah,
It's so crazy.
yeah,
And I mean, of
and
course,
it's
I probably trained my eyes to, because I was looking, I went into this not knowing anything about. I didn't know who Moroni was. I was like, who? I didn't know who. I didn't know anything about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints or Mormonism at all. I back in the day when I was a little kid, we had to watch cartoons on Saturday mornings. I do remember a long commercial that was compassion, pass it along. That was it. That's all I've ever seen of Mormonism. Other than that, this was my introduction into the Book of Mormon. Thank you, Beach Bum. And thank you,
thank you,
Treva.
Beach Bum. Yep.
Thank you,
Coda.
Treva. Thank you, Beach Bum. Go ahead. Sorry. Tired of talking over you.
No, yeah, right. Well, we just have so many thoughts on this, and it's just, I mean, we're halfway through the memo, and we want to get through the rest of it tonight, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's the scripture part that we will be stuck
I get
forever
it.
if I read it.
Yeah, I'll read it. I promise I'll read it, because I read
All
it
right.
when I was a teenager, so I don't have a problem reading it now.
There you go.
There are just so many
Practice.
rabbit holes. There are so many rabbit
I
holes to
know.
go down now.
I know. I can give you like a flashlight and, one of those little bungee cords or whatever. So like you're going into a cave and then,
So I don't get to the bottom like Alice and like eat
Yeah.
some mushrooms and get too small.
Trip balls. Yeah. No tripping balls. Anyways. All right. Well,
So do we want to do that? Do we want to try and figure out where we left off last time? And
yeah, it was at the top of the scripture. So I think, and I don't have.
Yeah. All right.
Hold on. Well, I'll entertain while you go and look.
Okay.
Anyways, I'm so glad you guys are here. Thank y'all for joining us today.
Yeah.
We totally
Thanks
got
everybody for
bombarded by Lori yesterday. So
oh man.
Mhm.
And Monday too. Wait, what is today? Wednesday? Yeah, Monday and Tuesday. Like so many filings, so many wacky filings, handwritten filings, non-handwritten filings.
Underline now.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh girl, why don't you just trace over it a couple times, make it bold? I don't know. Oh my
Underline,
God.
double. Like I think there was one document where she had two. She repeated the same phrase twice, like in a legal filing, I think.
Yeah, that's what happens when you copy stuff.
Right.
That's what that sounds like to me.
So
I want Nancy Joe. I so want Nancy Joe to testify. She was with my Uncle Charles the night before he was murdered. Like they went out on a date and, they had been talking or whatever. And, she knew all about, she recounts it in the Chandler documents about what all Charles had told her. And can you imagine like going on a date with somebody and then the next day they're dead like that? After saying, that I think they're trying to kill me. Crazy.
Right. And so
Lori?
everybody knows Lori has filed a motion to exclude her as a state witness.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Leo.
Judge hasn't ruled yet.
Okay, so good. He can give us a damn breather one day. I get chaotic too at this. This is my third trial now, third year in a row, 3rd April. And I get crazy. And so this is when I go crazy, and they're like, all you guys are like sane. But then once the trial starts, y'all go crazy. And me and my family, it's like weird. It's like we switch roles, and then we'll like comfort and like, it's okay. I don't know. It's just, I noticed that mom did too. And it's just a
Well,
little role reversal.
I'm starting to get to know people like you and Megan and Trace on the case, and people who have been along for some of this, and some of them closer to the trauma and some of them not as close. But it seems like a really good, supportive, positive community. And like one day you pick me up and the next day I pick you up type of thing. Does that sound about right?
Yes, that's how it's supposed to be, I think. And that's the beautiful thing about this. And that's the only thing that has kept me focused and like recharges my batteries. Makes me, I want to come here. I want to show up. I want to visit with everybody. I want to discuss this and see, I don't know where it goes after this, but I'm not a quitter. I might be late. I'm loyal, so I don't quit. I will be there, that's one thing. We're not quitters. So we've survived 100% of every bad day and every, when we just thought it was the end of the world. Every one of those kind of days, we've survived those 100%. And it's called resilience and determination. And then my mom, I mean, if I think I get this from my mom, just ambition.
And it's community, because as close as you all are to the trauma, we are back here one or 2 or 3 degrees removed away from you, and we are here for you to pick you up and support you and help you through this.
If you don't mind, there's this, I'll try to make it quick. But
you're fine.
Whenever
Take your time.
my stepdad had died, not Larry, I have a stepdad, Todd's dad, my brother's dad. He died. But he raised me, and this was like back in 2021, I think. And so mom, she got a hotel right here at Le Berge Casino, and because she wanted, I don't know, she lives here, I live here, but she gets comps. So anyways, so she got a room. So I showed up, and it was just her and I. And then we were waiting on my brother. And so my brother is, he has a issue with drugs and with addiction, I'll say. I was trying to think of the word. And so he's a bit of a runner too. I run in the way of, I go down all the rabbit holes. I'm sitting here in all the research, as long as I don't have to really look inward, And my mom, she's a runner. And I say that meaning, when things get a little intense, we do all seem to have that in common. We just kind of try to escape mentally, physically. I used to do it physically, but you can't do that after a while. But you can't run. And so we were trying to talk him into, come and meet us at the hotel. And mom was trying so hard. And I was like, Todd, it's okay. If you don't want to go to the funeral, I don't want to go either. It's our dad's funeral. Okay. It was the next day. And, mom was just trying to be there for her kids and comfort us. But so I understood, because we have a evil ass stepmom. I mean, she is just horrible. Okay. She's right up there with Lori, except I don't know where the bodies are. Okay. And anyway, so Todd, we just kind of had this understanding that I'm like, I don't want to go either. If you're not going to go, I'm not going, And I mean, like we want to remember him how he was. It's just going to give her, our stepmom, that control. We didn't want to go there and her rule the roost like she always did, just be a wench. So anyway, so I was sitting on one bed and my mom was sitting on the other, and I got up to go to the bathroom. And right when I turned, so sorry. Right when I turned to walk the other direction, my mom is not a very spiritual, or I've never really heard her talk about God, or, it just never went that way. I don't know. She stuck me in catechism. for 12 years, but we just really, I don't remember any discussions about it. Well, as I was turning to go to the bathroom, my mom started crying. And she was like, "Oh my God." She was like, "I don't even know if God is here. I don't even know." And it's like I turned around and I like knelt at the end of the bed. And it's like I was just, I'm going to say it was a dream, but I was awake. Anyways, this whatever came to mind. And it's like God was he had all me, mom, our family, our entire family was like in his right arm. That's how huge he was. I didn't see his face or anything, but it's like picture the Jolly Green Giant, like super, super. I felt like we were that high up and I could just see his feet, and his feet were just moving at a even pace, moving forward, not fast, not slow. And I mean, just knowing that we were right there in his right arm and he was carrying all of us. And then I turned and I looked over my shoulder and I guess I could see over his shoulder too. And I could see every one of you guys behind us, and it was so, so I told her anyways, it was a really, I don't know. I've never had those kind of things like that. That was pretty intense.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's whenever Footprints in the Sand came to mind. And I was like, oh my God.
That was exactly my thought.
Yes.
Like when you were finishing that up, I was like, that's footsteps in the sand, like
exactly.
to a T.
So he was carrying us and he still is. And you guys have been God's army behind us. And I mean, we can't appreciate you guys enough, But anyways, all right, let's move on to this damn.
We're never going to get
dirty now. Okay. We do roller coasters on this ride, okay? This is what this is.
Yes, we do. Buckle up, Buttercup.
All right. Keep your hands in at all times. All right.
All right. So I think we're around the end of page 6 or the beginning of page 7.
We won't fact check you. You just go for it.
Okay. All right. Let's start at the beginning.
We'll share the link too. Like I'll go grab the link and I'll do that while you're reading. Okay.
All right. Perfect.
Okay.
So this is the Book of Mormon. And for those of you who haven't heard the first 3 on this or any of my morning shows or any of Kresha's stuff on difficult research, the Book of Mormon is what the angel Moroni showed the golden plates to Joseph Smith in New York in the early 1830s, supposedly, which was the foundation of the LDS/Mormon Church. So these are scriptures out of that. Now, there's a history behind that you don't know, where supposedly somebody was helping him translate the plates. I won't mention names because somebody will fact check me on that and I'll be wrong. And that dude is like, you know what? I need to take these home to my wife to look at them to confirm that this is really going on. This is holy scripture and these translations you're doing are okay. Takes him home to the wife and they disappear. And all of a sudden they have to start over from the beginning again. And so some of the latter scriptures differ from the earlier ones, but we don't know where the earlier ones are, but we do know that they differed. I remember
people were accusing Chad and Lori of the 116 lost pages. I was like, oh my God.
Oh, really? Oh man, I didn't know about that aspect to it.
That's what a cult leader does in the Mormon Church, I guess. Allegedly.
Oh.
Kind of like starting the Church of the Firstborn, which is not a real church. It's a church that's on terrestrial level, terrestrial realm, glory, degree. So it floats above Earth right now. Okay.
Right.
And
because Earth is compared to the celestial kingdom. The terrestrial kingdom is the next one, but the celestial kingdom is the highest one.
That is a celestial champagne room, Joe. That's what my membership has.
Did you pay for membership there already?
Yeah, we're more celestial. Anyway. Go ahead.
All right. Book of Mormon. So these are out of Book of Mormon that was supposedly divinely found and divinely translated
from King
in
James.
Our spirit. No, King James had nothing to do with this. This was just Joseph Smith sticking. Right. Yeah, he
Thank
stuck
you.
his head in a hat and he just read stuff that was
He had his
about
own pendulum
a
of
group,
sorts.
yes, about a group of people that came from Jerusalem in totally sealed up submarines to South America and then populated South Central and North America.
Well,
That's the gist of it.
I want y'all to know that whenever we talk about because you're going to hear about the Gadian robbers, and that is exactly who Chad and Lori labeled Brandon Boudreaux as being one of I won't say the word. I'm sorry, I almost did. One of yeah, Hitler. Okay, one of his group. That's how dark they say Brandon is. He's one of the Gadian robbers, and Chad references this over and over again in text messages. Like whenever the insurance money for my uncle's death, murder, whatever, I'm trying to be nice with the words, but whenever it went to my mom, his life insurance policy went to my mom, and Lori found out, and her and Chad were texting each other, and he was like, well, it's just one more step in bringing down the Gadian robbers. And I'm like, y'all project so much. It's unreal. And so,
So
yeah.
Gadian robbers has to do with this early American settlers that came from Jerusalem.
It's
Okay.
and I mean, I've never been a Mormon. What it sounds like to me, it's like everyone that swears oaths and is a freaking, I'm sorry, I almost cussed, a freaking Freemason, or you know what I'm saying? Like those kind of organizations. It's an organized group of these Gadian robbers is what they call them. And it seems to me like they use those figures in their scripture to fearmonger their membership. That's just me though. So
Okay.
take it.
So these are direct scriptures out of the Book of Mormon, which is what the Mormon Church is named after by a Mormon investigator into these ritualistic killings. He quoted Mormon scripture in his report. So I'm going to read this so Kresha doesn't have to, and we can talk about it as we go, but we can just like plow through it. It's going to be tough. Our spirits must have become like unto him, and we become devils. And we become devils. Okay, like that's the second line. I just started the second line of this. We become devils, angels to a devil, to be shut out from the presence of our God and to remain with the father of lies. We know who that is, in misery like unto himself. Yet to that being who beguiled our first parents, what was the name of that church? The Church of the Firstborn?
Yeah.
Who transformeth himself nigh unto an angel of light, and stirreth up the children of men unto secret combinations of murder and all manner of secret works of darkness. This is Mormon scripture.
Yeah, Melanie Gibb called what Chad and Lori did secret combinations. She wrote a 6-page letter or whatever to Aval, preaching to them about how she was basically supposed to be in this situation and how it just taught her so much. But I just want to rip the feather out of her hat, okay? Because she's part of it, in my opinion. But that's just me.
And when I was a teenager and when I was in seminary, which was equivalent to a high school class, but we had to show up at 6:30 in the morning, I do remember learning. So one year was all about the Book of Mormon. 1 year was just learning about the Book of Mormon. I remember this scripture. I remember combinations, secret combinations. Yeah. And I remember our teacher telling us that's like the Freemasons. Like the Freemasons have their secret handshakes.
I re-listened to our live from last time to try and find out where we were left off. And I remember you saying this last time. And so it made me think, oh my God, but as they're sitting there swearing oaths and everything in their own temples, it's so double speak. It's so
hypocritical, just flat out.
Hypocrite. Just like with the energy healing stuff, how they say, do not pay anyone who offers you healings or whatever. And I'm like, isn't that who you are, prophet? I mean, isn't that what you do? You're a medium, right? Basically. you speak for God to people when they can do it themselves, and you're charging, right, 10% every damn month. And so that's where it's also very hypocritical. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go
Now,
ahead.
whether for this cause that my covenants may be fulfilled, which I have made unto the children of men, that I will do unto them. So I don't know when I'm reading this if we're talking about dark covenants or light covenants. I really don't. I mean, I have my suspicions about which side of that they're
Yeah.
on, but
That's
just
for them
reading
to know
this,
and you to find out. It's just like Freemasonry. Freemasonry, you go
Yes.
into it not, they don't worship deity, they say, but then you get to the upper degrees of, in Freemason, and bam, you're worshiping the Dark Lord, whether you know it or not. It's very similar, very reminiscent, in my opinion.
And I think at one point in time, after I left the church, somebody said to me that maybe there were a few members of the early church that actually were Freemasons and like borrowed some of their stuff, like to
Yeah.
implement into
Oliver
the temple.
Cowdery, I would suspect, because that's who David Hamblin allegedly, like that whole group. Okay, there's like 140 some people named in those victim statements from the Hamblin daughters, and this is what they allege. So Oliver Cowdery, I mean Brigham Young, it's the whole Joseph Smith. I mean all of them, every one of them. Joseph Smith, for sure, he made it to a Freemason in 2 or 3 days. I mean,
and more than that is they borrowed some of their practices, the ones that he wanted to, and implemented them into the temple ceremonies. Absolutely, they did.
I mean,
Right.
it's secret already. Whenever you're having to disclose with your bishop or your stake president, and you have to. It's a recommend, temple recommend. It's just like with the alleged second anointing. You have to be recommended and hand chosen by the prophet of the Mormon Church, the living prophet. So I really don't know. I don't know what would make Lori and Chad special, if anything at all. I don't see it. But I also know every word that she told my uncle is that very ceremony verbatim. I mean, you couldn't make this up if you wanted to.
Wow.
Couldn't.
Wow.
So
Thanks everybody for joining us. This is stuff that's it's slow because it's so rabbit
there's a
holey.
lot. There's a lot.
Like
And I mean,
between me, who is a former member of the church, and you, who are
who
a
learned.
family member of Lori and Charles. I mean, it's just there's so much to unpack.
Well, this is how we met, and talk for the first. So this is kind of us talking too, and talking these things through. So I hope y'all don't mind our pace for the pace memo.
Oh,
you just want to go read it. If y'all want to
just made it funny.
Or I read it. I actually read it, and it's on my channel. If you want to go rip through it, but I think y'all are here for the discussion too. I really do.
Yeah,
because we want to know.
Because
we want to get to the bottom
we have insights. You have insights. I have insights, and
yep,
combined,
and everybody in this chat does too. I love it.
Yes, you are. Yep. No more remote viewing. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That was generous.
Thanks, Chris.
All right. Back to the memo.
Yeah.
Like we have like a 30-second reading and then like a 5-minute discussion.
I'm gonna try to shut up. I really am. I sit here and
my
lips still shut.
Nope.
It's hard.
All right. Wherefore, for this cause, that my covenants may be fulfilled, which I have made unto the children of men, that I will do unto them while they are in the flesh. Now I need my gird up my loins mug.
I got you, boo.
I must needs destroy the secret works of darkness and of murders and of abominations. I must needs destroy the secret works. Okay, so he's talking about like the secret stuff, like we're talking about the Masons. And I must needs destroy that.
Well, there's I mean, that's what one would think, yeah. But
And
I don't know
there
why
are,
people have to destroy. If they're worshiping God, why we got to be destroyers, and why can't we just let God have the wheel and stop trying to control everything? Okay, God did not ask anybody to help him do anything, in my opinion, where I believe, but
yeah, well,
hey,
Jason Mao disagrees. Jason Mao has his warrior ethos, and he
correct.
says, while he's talking to 5 and 6 year olds, you need
Yeah,
to be warriors.
across the country works for. I mean, the church endorses him by him speaking at these youth programs, these youth events. Yep.
Mm,
And he works for the church. He's a seminary teacher. Yeah.
yeah, that's a whole other issue. I've done that. Have you done it? Have you done a live on him or a video on him?
I mean, no, because I talk about all of them all the time. That's what I do.
Right? they just
What I
they get
do.
into a big jumbled mess. I'm
They
just
they
saying.
they walked
One
in.
day,
I did not
yeah,
invite them.
I'm just saying. One day I went down that rabbit hole where he was interviewed by the
Mhm.
Chandler PD, and
Yep.
then I saw his other videos, and then I saw his other videos, and I'm like, we need to do like about an hour on this dude
Well,
because
okay, because there was a report within the Chandler documents that it was just written. I mean, it is recorded, but it was recorded by the FBI. So we don't exactly have those recordings. So this was July 27, 2020, and which they'd actually got in touch with him on July 22nd, 2020, which was supposed to be the second coming of Jesus Christ. If y'all don't remember, I remember it because it was my ex-husband's birthday, and I was like, "Yep, that tracks." But I mean, so yeah, so they had approached
no,
him at first.
it was either Gilbert or it was Chandler
It
or
was
or was
Rexburg
it Rexburg?
Police
Yes,
Department
it
because
was
it was
Rexburg.
Ron Ball
Yeah,
and
yes,
one of
yeah.
the Chandler. And I mean, they it was so crazy because it threw me off kilter big time with Jason because I was thinking, I still think, okay, because he was in Billings, Montana the weekend that JJ was murdered. I already registered the miles and everything. It's like a 5-hour trip from there to Rexburg. And so, but I have, of course, my conspiracy theories about what I think happened. Again, I will die on this hill that I believe that they're using things like the Firm Foundation, the Firm Expo, the Book of Mormon evidence, conferences, the used to be Preparing a People, which is still Latter Day Media, still the People. People did not go anywhere. They just rebrand because that's what they do best. And but those are, I believe, front organizations, so they can do all their evil shit in the back, and they put on this facade of what's going on in the front. But I think they're a group
So the
either
so
that
these are
belong to Hamblin's group or they're their own.
so these are organizations that are descendants of what was going on in this Glenn Pace memo from 1990.
No, I mean, oh yeah,
No,
oh yeah, this is generational,
okay, gotcha.
100%. I'm a shush.
Gotcha.
Let you
So
read.
this has been going on for decades. We're in
Yeah.
2025 and this is from
Mhm.
1990, 35 years ago.
Yeah.
I was but
Still,
a I
and
was but a wee lad.
these people have never been able to bring their abusers to justice. Because I mean, this also includes, in my opinion, it's not in this memo, but I believe they're included. If you know what I'm saying, especially whenever Glenn Pace says that he suspects there's maybe 800 or so practicing this, Satan practicing Satanist up the Wasatch Front, and I'm like, that's a lot of freaking people. That's a lot of freaking Satanists, okay, that are amongst
Mm.
God's people, so to speak, the saints, and
So
they're praying.
repeat those numbers again so they can register with us.
So Glenn Pace in this memo, he does say that he suspects that, with how many victims came forward, or alleged victims, I have to say, came forward to confide in him and to share what has been going on, and that they were satanic ritual abuse. They had been going through all this. And so he never did ask their names because he didn't want that part of it. He just wanted to kind of find out what was going on. I mean, that's how big the problem is. It's pretty big, that they task, one of the upper authorities to do that. and then they keep it within. They don't share that. It's not transparent, for people to maybe hold their kids a little tighter or something. But anyway, so Glenn Pace suspected that there were approximately, he was just ballparking, but he is a freaking accountant. His day job he was a CPA. So I give him that, but he suspected there were maybe 800 or so practicing Satanists right there along the Wasatch Front, which is, right there in Utah. Utah. That's a lot of 800. That's a lot, in my opinion.
And
just like
and
45.
and was it? And I know we discussed this last time, but was it legal for him to not report these names and reports to law
Maybe
enforcement?
back then there probably wasn't, there probably weren't the same kind of uh, laws, procedure, policy, and stuff that they have now. However, I mean, again, nothing's changed. Even with the changing of the laws and the changing, I mean, I thought I was going to be sick whenever there were these girls, mainly this one girl. They called her MJ. It was down in Arizona a couple years ago, 2021-ish, I guess. And her sisters had been abused since they were itty bitty, and their dad worked for always Homeland Security, just like Tim Ballard. And so anyway, so I mean, he confessed to his bishop. His bishop never did what you're supposed to do, that clergy penitent, law. And so it's like basically the church celebrated their win for basically letting the little girls down, because that's who they're fighting against. It's so gross. And I know I don't explain that well because I don't know how to explain it, but I mean, so these allegations come forward. It, comes out that the dad had been, doing bad things to his daughters for years. The church never stepped in, even though he was confessing to the bishop and his higher ups. And then he ended up offing himself. And
And we know that goes on in other
every day.
religions too.
Yeah, but we're focusing
But
here.
but one of my arguments is the Mormon Church, because of its kind of cultish ways and the way that it indoctrinates the youth, lends itself to weird, disgusting offshoots and abuse. And that's kind of what we're seeing here in this memo.
Milieu. Oh,
In
I
this
mean,
memo.
and you got to think too. I mean, it took a lot for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to even become more quote unquote mainstream. And I mean, and so we look at Mormonism, or, I'm just saying this, not everybody. And I'm just being general right now because I have to. But I look at it and I'm like, wow, they have some really bizarre beliefs. But I'm not saying that everybody else doesn't either. This is just where I'm focusing. And again, if this is kind of what I've said in the past, if anybody has a problem, take it up with Chad and Lori, write them a letter and just take it out on them. But I think we can all be on the same side when it comes to abusing children and murdering children. That's where there is no sides. Okay. It's just really, why do we even have to discuss this? Like, if people feel compelled to have to pick a side, I'm not asking you to do that. I know Joe's not asking, but some people feel that way, this isn't right or wrong. This is humanity, and this is doing the right thing for protecting our children. We have that right, but a lot of people who are raised up in this, and they're second generation, they're born into it, they know no different. They're taught that they are God's chosen people, and they are the only ones that can deliver the gospel, the one true gospel from the one true church on earth. Okay. And they're the ones who can deliver all of us Gentiles from evil. And it's so sad. It bothers me. a great deal. Because
Yeah,
it's heavy.
there are
Because your people's souls
there
are
are
on
no
the line.
sides. No, there are no sides when it comes to children
Yeah.
and the hurting or unaliving of children. You're either evil or you're not, and
Yeah.
we
You're not
know where
deceived.
Chad
You're
and Lori
evil.
are. Yeah. Yep.
And there's a whole lot of it going on, and with the insular talk and everything, and how Mormons deal with other Mormons, they do business with other Mormons, they trust other Mormons, this is what they do. When there's an MLM going on, they're like duping the other Mormons because they're all duping each other, I mean, but they all just kind of, and I think that's why we have like Lori and Melanie name dropping, because this goes on in the church too with the calling dropping. Oh, he's a bishop, he's a so and so, he's an apostle. I've seen it in this case, in Lori and Chad's case for sure, how they try to give their ideas or whatever they are trying to sell to everyone else around them, like Lori and Chad, like preparing a people, like Rod Meldrum Firm Expo. They're sharing these ideas, Jason Mao. I mean, and so they hook on to like an apostle, or they use the apostles' words, or prophets from before, to give themselves credibility, or other people. It's a network. It is straight networking. Okay.
Well, I think it's three levels of gaslighting. So
Oh
I
yeah.
think
Oh yeah.
Melanie Gibb is like on the one of the lowest ends of that, and I think Lori and Chad are on one of the highest ends of that.
Mm.
And
Of
they're
gaslighting,
just like
or in the two?
gaslighting the gaslit. Like Melanie Gibb
Okay.
wanted to be gaslit about
She
about
now I think she's got us fooled though. I really do. Because she was teaching these classes. She was she was doing energy healing, even though she acted like she was dumb. She was like, "Oh, I just prayed to Jesus." We were in a circle and they were casting out, but I was just praying to Jesus, I swear. And I'm just like, "Girl, she's," and that whole thing you see with her with the, well, not 100%. And I think it's so hilarious, and it just slaps her in the face, basically. I love when their own words slap themselves in the face. She's
yeah
sitting there
yeah
talking to Ron Paul, and he's like, "Well, how, Melanie, I know it's a little embarrassing, but how much were you really believing this?" And she was like, and I'm gonna try and say it right. She was like, "How can you believe in anything that's not true?" And he was like, "Yeah, so like the church, like sometimes you just about the church." And she was like, "Oh no, I always believe in that." And I was just like, "Oh my god." Because it's not true, of course. But anyways, it's just
Salty just gave us a gift. She said
girl.
justice for Charles.
Thank you. Love always
Thank you,
wins is
Salty.
something that he wrote in a email to one of his attorneys when he took Lori back. And I know it's just one of those things that just caught my eye. When, I mean, he's sitting there saying, "Hey, call off the divorce." Okay. I'm taking Lori back. JJ's over the moon. And he was like, "What can I say? Love always wins." And so that's the law. God wins. God is love. Love always wins. There you go. But thank you.
I love that. I love that. All right. Back to the memo.
Yeah. Back to the
After these messages, we'll be right back.
yeah. One long ad.
All right. Top of page 7. And also there are secret combinations, even as in times of old, according to the combinations of the devil. So this was taught to me that like that particular following is a combination of the devil. For he is the founder of all these things, the founder of murder, the works of darkness. Yea, he leadeth them by the neck with a flaxen cord.
Oh yeah.
Until he bindeth them with his strong cords forever. Wow.
That's pretty rich.
In Alma, we find that the Lord commanded some of the prophets not to write any of the secret works, especially of the secret oaths, so that they would not become known by generations to follow. So they were taking secret oaths, but they were told that they couldn't write down the secret oaths.
The blood oath. For sure. I
Oh,
remember. I remember reading the
oh,
blood oath from Brigham Young. And it's a yeah. And Tim Ballard is all about the covenant. M. Russell Ballard was all about this covenant idea. We'll have to get into that one day because it is crazy. It ties all this in together and what they're still doing today. This is the same movement that Chad and Lori come from. Tim Ballard.
and we're getting ready. We're getting ready to watch her go on trial for conspiracy to commit murder, which
Hmm.
her husband, Charles Vallow, your uncle, was murdered by her brother, but he's not around to charge for murder. So they are charging her with conspiracy to commit murder. It's a
Yep.
2021 case. Jury selection starts next week. The trial
2019.
starts, yes, July, right? I'm getting close to remembering the date. July 11th?
July. It was a special date that Zalima, according to Melanie Gibb, that Zalima and Lori loved. Why, I don't know, but I'm sure it's tied to some occultic reason, esoteric. And it's July 11th,
I remembered it right. I did.
7/11, 7/11.
I'm getting better.
Mm-hmm. Every day.
And now I will speak unto you concerning those 24 plates that ye keep them. So this is about the golden plates that the angel Moroni supposedly
Yep.
helped
Yep.
Joseph Smith find in New York, in Palmyra, New York, in 1820 something.
In the Hill
That the
Cumorah.
mysteries. Yep. I've actually been there in attendance at a teenager to watch the Hill Cumorah pageant, and I have had friends and family members participate in that over the
Wow.
years.
How Mormon were
Yeah.
you? Yeah. Pretty,
I'm
pretty
just
Mormon. No, I'm not shading you. I just,
no,
it's
you're
takes
fine. I
more to
love
know
it.
one,
That the mysteries and the works of darkness and their secret works, or the secret works of those people. So we're talking about secret combinations and mysterious works of darkness. This
Yep.
is Mormon scripture about works of darkness, or the
Mhm.
secret works of those people who have been destroyed may be made manifest unto this people. Yea, all their murders and robbings and their plunderings and all their wickedness and abominations. Wow. Should we just like title this paragraph Chad and Lori?
Just put dark. Darken it, like the judge says. Darken it.
And abominations may be made manifest unto this people, yea, and that ye preserve the interpreters.
All I'm saying is they've all wrote a biography, and so, or is it a? Did I say that right? A biography? Yeah. This is really what they're saying. Everything that Joe is reading right now is basically Chad, Lori, Melanie, Zalema, the other Melanie, all the people. Okay, Jody, Ruby, Tom Harrison, Tim Ballard, all the people. I can't name them all. I try, but that's what this is. It's the projection is so strong with this game, with these people, and they're labeling their victim as zombies, as dark spirits, as evil spirits, casting them out. Okay. And I mean, I've been digging in and have dug into Joseph Smith even doing casting out and stuff, and how even he talks about, and I'm Joseph Smith talks about how the arm, he said his arm is not shorter. And so this is, I wonder if this is going to come up in trial, because Lori had mentioned, and I forget to who now, but she had mentioned that Charles was shorter. Okay. This comes from Julie Rose, spits this stuff too, about how when you're possessed, you have physical manifestations, like JJ. They said that JJ had a more expanded vocabulary. That's what Melanie says that Lori says. Okay. We didn't hear her. We weren't there. Just like, oh, and I did look up whether or not Tylee, if there was a recording of Tylee saying, "No, mom, not me." And there is not. But there was Melanie Gibb in the probable cause from Idaho, Rexburg PD. and they included that what Melanie said she heard. And so that comes from Melanie. There's no audio of Tylee saying, "No, mom, not me. I'm not a zombie." So, because I mean, I was like,
But
it bothered
but
me.
but okay, but Melanie says that Tylee said that. No, mom, not
Yeah,
me.
I
So
just I
kind
don't
of
know. It's
secondhand.
like, yeah, ever since Lori was interviewed by Colby, she said that she had never said zombies. Now we do have her in text messages saying Z's. Okay, so I don't care. They all said it. You can't. They all said it. But I feel like it seems like it appears to be that Melanie Gibb and David Warwick really inserted this zombie phenomenon. They made it mainstream, so to speak, with the case.
So
It's
who is he? Who
sensational.
is he again? Remind me who he
David
was.
Warwick. David
Mhm.
Warwick was Melanie Gibbs' boyfriend at the time of the murders, and he was going around casting out with her and everything. He's friends with Tom Harrison, who wrote Visions of Glory. Okay. Um, I mean, they're like the OGs, I guess you could say. Like they've been doing this. With Avraham Gigliotti is another guy who is another OG, is what I would say. And so then it kind of, they pass the torch, literally that's Satan's torch, right? Straight down to the Preparing People group and the Firm Foundation, the Firm Expo. The Firm Expo was going on at the same time that JJ was murdered, the same weekend. That's why Melanie and David say that they drove in to go to that conference, when in all actuality, I think that conference was, I think JJ would have been the star of that conference, so to speak,
Mm,
without saying it.
mm.
And I know that's disgusting, but um
No, it's just
yeah, so
disturbing. It's
David was married and she was married. They were going through divorces, I guess, and she did not really want to,
you mean
Melanie
like
did not
you
want
mean
to
like Chad
admit.
was married and Lori was married?
Yeah, yeah. They are
Mm.
so they are so what'd you say earlier? I always forget that word.
Hypocritical.
Starts with a P. Oh, H. I always want to say a P. Anyways, hypocrite. Saying one thing and doing another. And that's one way to find out if somebody's grifting you or not, I do believe. Because these people, they talk and they talk all this over here, but they are doing something totally opposite. Okay. I mean, anyways, that'll help.
Mm. Well, the thing about being hypocritical in the Mormon Church is
You,
there are like certain rules that are more serious violations of the LDS
mhm.
principles, like the Doctrine and Covenants, the Pearl of Great Price, the
The
Ten
word of
Commandments,
wisdom.
like
The word of wisdom. Yeah.
yeah, the Word of Wisdom, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like drinking a Coca-Cola used to be like really
Oh,
frowned upon.
Joe, straight up. Okay, through this case, right? You're saying, I know, so yeah, no coffee, no caffeine, okay? Or you are damned to hell, okay? Basically. But yet
You just
through this
can't get your
case,
temple recommend. You can't get your temple
oh
recommend. You're
well,
not
unless you
necessarily
lie
damned to
about
hell.
it, like I think they did, like they do, I think they don't answer truthfully in everything. Have you ever heard of soaking?
I have. I have.
Okay. So,
That's a Mormon Belt thing though. That's like
oh yeah,
Arizona,
it's
Utah,
the
Idaho.
Mormon.
That's not Midwest Mormon. I never
It's
heard of that
the
when I was there. I didn't hear
Well,
about
it's
that till I
it's
came out
also
here.
called the Provo push. I mean, it's called loopholes is what it is. And it's because they are so, it's like a pressure cooker, and there's so much pressure for perfection, so much image. It's all about the image and how, what can you do for me? Not what can I do for you? It's never like that. And so it's all about image and I mean with the purity culture and everything and um that's why members in the church, that's why they get married so young. That's why, I mean, it's so many, it affects so many things, the doctrines and the strictness and you might as well come back in what is it, a pine bog? I don't know what it's called. Basically a casket. You might as well come back, in a casket than to be defiled, you know? I mean, it's
Right.
very polarizing. And anyway, so again, I think what happens here is there's so many rules, regulations, and so many people tattling on one another, like Melanie Gibb here, where she's just like, don't follow me. And I'm just like, girl, shut up. Like, yeah, you do. I mean, she's the biggest gossip of all. I mean, she's going around, Melanie Pulowski and Alex Cox have Melanie going snoop to see if Brandon Boudreaux still lived where he lived. And I could just see her creeping, you know?
Yeah.
She's
Yep.
she's wild.
I honestly think so. I've also done almost an entire live on her, and I know it
Oh
drove
yeah, I
salty.
was with you.
It drove salty sleuth nuts
I know.
because she can't stand that woman. But
Nobody can.
I honestly think she was jealous that Jason Mao was more interested in Lori than he was in her. I honestly do. I think there was like a jealousy thing going on there. Like
It's a
there's so
competition
much of this.
thing that I
Yes.
see this, it's very prevalent, and not just with this group, but with all Latter-day Saints, especially with the women. I'm not trying to be ugly. I'm just trying to be, and I mean, I'm not snarking on it or anything. It's just something that I noticed. I also noticed, with my friend Jen in the very beginning, she would, like, let's say the prophet would come out, or a general conference, they would speak over the pulpit, and she would be like, they must be, it's like they all like think that the prophet is talking about them. Like, kind of like if whenever I would go to church or whatever, and I feel like, oh my God, this sermon today is like, I feel like God is like, oh, speaking directly to me, but that's
Yeah.
God. Whereas noticed you know, uh, with the people I was watching and everything, and following at that time, it's like they were super, like, paranoid, or basically
They
taking
were
the same
getting
things
were
that
they
God's watching,
getting revelation from the prophet? Were they
from the
getting
prophet and
revelation?
not from God. It was just
Yeah.
very eye-opening
Yeah.
for me too. And
Yes.
the fact that, like, how Bishop Gabe Benia, how, to me, it sounds like he minimizes everything. However, something that I learned from being friends with Jen in the beginning of this is, I remember sending her something, a PDF to look over of one of these talks, and she was like, "Girl, you're gonna have to point out what is alarming, because I've heard this my whole life," And I'm like, "Oh yeah," like, it's alarming to me because I've not read it my whole life. However, if you're reading it from birth, or from the time you're young, even, you're indoctrinated. That's what the hell
Yeah.
like, it's not alarming.
That's what cults do. Cults indoctrinate you from the time you're a
Yeah,
young child.
it's so.
And it was 2 years old-ish for me, like somewhere between 2 and 3.
Mhm.
And I think I can consider myself indoctrinated, but I can also consider myself emancipated when I turned 19.
No,
And
yeah, there you go. And
yeah,
I'm happy for you. I really am. It makes me happy, because a lot of people, a lot of ex-Mormons, when they leave the church, they leave God too. And I just think that's so shitty. I don't fault them for it, because, I don't walk in anybody else's shoes. However, that is one huge thing that the church does do, in my opinion. It drives people away from God, period. And that's all
yeah.
I'll say about it.
Well, it teaches you, if you ever leave the church, you are going to be in God's bad disgrace for
You're in outer
eternity.
darkness, yeah. Because
Yes,
you were
outer
given the true
darkness. Yep.
gospel and you turned your back on it.
Like you were
And
in a
it's
worse place than Hitler. I
in
mean,
us, yeah.
then
Or
yeah.
non-Mormons or Gentiles,
Yep.
people who,
Yep.
and then they're just gonna baptize us anyways when we die, and then we can accept it when we go over there. Oh my God. That's so crazy, the baptism
Ermagerd.
of the dead.
Ermagerd.
Oh my God, that's another one, Joe. You're brilliant. Oh my gird up my loins.
Ermagerd. We got to get some merch together. We do.
Dude, I
Gird
work
up
on
your
it every
loins.
day. I just actually have to put it on the actual merch. Okay.
Right? You
I
actually
already
have
have
to
the word
execute your
favorite.
plans.
Well, yeah, oh yeah. I mean, I've been working on some things for Charles. I don't want to ever. I don't like to exploit their pictures or anything, but
Yeah. Yep.
so I try to just do things, that just say justice for or whatever. But anyways, but he played for the Astros in what do you call it? Oh, minor league. And so, I mean, he loved the Astros. I have one of his Astro blankets here.
I
But
think Reno is the AAA affiliate of the Astros. Is that right? Oh no, that's Phoenix.
I'm just
That's
going
the
to take your
Diamondbacks.
word for that. I used to watch
Yeah, I
football,
don't.
but I haven't since the hooker has taken over my life. Okay. I don't enjoy,
No,
I don't have
okay.
puppies anymore,
Hold on. No, take a breath.
sir.
The hooker has not taken over your life. She has not. You are still in control of your life.
You
You are
know what I
still in
mean.
control of positive.
You
Yes,
know what I mean.
I know what you mean, but I have to correct your words
Yeah.
because
I
they came out of your mouth. So
Hey, I
she
appreciate it.
she's going to get what's coming to her, and
I
she's
know.
not in
I can't wait.
control of your life.
I can't wait. You ever seen like Homer Simpson and he just like slides into the bushes? That's how I picture it. That is exactly what goes through my
Okay.
mind every time. I'm like, she's just gonna
Okay.
fade. Yeah.
Should we try and get like through? We haven't even gotten through an entire page of this
I
memo
could
yet.
grab my link to Lid Pace. That's okay. I mean, I don't think they mind. If y'all do mind, let us know. And
They don't mind. They don't mind because it's a unique perspective from two different
it's so
angles.
crazy. I hate
Yeah,
that it's like so close to trial. It does drive. I get really high strung, even
yeah.
more high strung.
Me too. And I'm scheduled to do a live on Friday night that's about the Delphi case because I did
Mhm.
attend trial in
Yeah, oh
Delphi,
yeah,
Indiana also, and I'm from Indiana. And that's like, do I really want to extend that mental energy out like around that live? But it's a
right.
friend of mine, it's a good friend of mine. So I'm like, yeah, we'll do it. We'll do the live. But like
Wow.
Lori takes up a lot of mental energy, a lot of emotional, a lot of spiritual energy. She does. She takes
She's
up
a
a lot.
freaking narcissist straight through and through. She sucks the life out of you if you let her. Like you said, if you let her. Um,
We're not
I
going to
don't
let
know
her though.
how
We're gonna be here for each other, and we're gonna
exactly. We have
survive it.
to.
Yeah.
We'll be
Yep.
like Diddy, with the freaking after the freak off, we'll have to like have some damn IV bags and stuff and
and then do
oxygen,
some high fives. We'll do some
Yeah.
high fives.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm down.
Uh,
I even thought about, because it's just the way my mind works. But and I was raised, my grandparents owned many businesses, but they owned this mom and pop convenience store. It had everything, okay? Everything. My grandpa could find a screw. You bring a screw in, he's like, "Oh, hold on." And I'm like, "Oh Lord." But so I was just kind of raised like this. And so I was like, "Hey, we have like this cargo trailer. We can bring it up there and we can have like, where you break dishes and whatever. Um angry, where you're angry and you can just
right.
like throw shit, I was like, that'd be
Get it
cool.
all
Like
out.
set it
Yeah.
up.
Yep.
Like, oh
Vent
my
your
God. I'd rather be
frustrations right
outside.
here.
I'd rather be outside, breathing
I'd
the air. I
spend
can't,
$5 to vent my frustrations right now.
right? Or just one of them punching bag things, you put the
Yeah.
money in, it
Oh.
comes down. It's at the
Oh
bar usually
gosh. Yep.
in the
Yep.
corner.
I'm not going to ride a bucking bronco though because that feels a little bit
Satan
too much
taco
like
truck.
this
I'm
trial.
sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we do have the Satan taco truck idea because Lori said that she was going to fold somebody up, Satan up, and into a taco and send them to Antarctica.
Oh no, you got to trademark that. You need to trademark that.
Well, I don't have a TM on it, but I mean, we have. Trace even has.
I'm
We've made merch. We've made
I'm
designs.
gonna beat you to it. I'm gonna beat you to it. You're too
All right.
late.
Well, I'm gonna gird them up. I'm girding up. Okay, on my gird, and then you can do the Satan taco truck.
All
It's
right.
Satan Taco
So
Tuesdays. That's why we do that.
right, right. I see you last Taco Tuesday.
Yeah. Yeah, I learned that from the damn detectives, the Mormon detectives, y'all. I did. I was like,
Oh,
"What's see you last Tuesday?" And Ray Hermosillo was like, He told me. Yeah. Anyways, go ahead.
All right. So this paragraph that I have highlighted is for a reason, because you can read this paragraph either in the light of somebody that is fighting against her evil, or her saying that her evil is going to overcome, like her and Chad's evil is going to overcome. So are we reading this to her, or is she reading this to us?
She's reading this to us about herself. It's what I'm saying. It's like an
But
autobiography.
I want to read it to her because I've
Well,
already read it.
you can write her a letter and you just stick some stamps on there.
Ooh.
Don't do like Gigi did. Do not give her stamps because she will jack you. Okay. She jacked
All
her
right.
for some stamps.
I may send this to her. I may actually. I will
Her
bring forth out.
Her address is
Go ahead.
666. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. That's all I have.
I will bring forth out of darkness unto light all their secret works and their abominations. So she's saying that to us. And except they repent, I will destroy them from off the face of the earth. And I will bring to light all their secrets and abominations unto every nation that shall hereafter possess the land. And now, my son, we see that they did not repent, therefore they have been destroyed. And thus far the word of God has been fulfilled. Yea, their secret abominations have been brought out of darkness and made known unto us. They have. Yes, they have. And that's why she's going on trial. Yes, that's why she's going on trial.
It's a demon in a corner, man. She has nowhere to run. And that's all she does is run. So she tries to fill the holes of her soul with, marrying the next husband and the next husband. What can you do for me? Yeah. For kids, adopts kids, has kids, and then, yeah.
I've got 24 in my YouTube chat right now, and that's like a big number for me. So thanks everybody for being in there. I appreciate that very much, for hanging with us through this. We're slogging through some tough stuff. Like this Mormon doctrine stuff and this Glenn Pace memo is deep.
I know.
Mormon strict. Go ahead.
But I mean, the scriptures, I think it's important though. I didn't include it in my video of Glenn Pace. I just kept it to the other one because I'll sit there and, criticize it so much. It takes me forever to get anything out. But, so I didn't include the scriptures, but I do think they're important because, I mean, these are all the ones that Bishop Glenn L. Pace, who after interviewing 60 of these alleged LDS Church of Satan-ish, in my opinion, I think they are the same group, okay, that's been around since then. He felt them important to share. So I love that you're doing this, really. I can read them to myself. I just cannot read them out loud. My tongue does not work that way.
Yeah. Well, I did it when I was a teenager, so I can do it now. And I'm protected. I have girded up my loins so they can be
Christina,
on the outside.
You're right. You're right, Christina. Until the Mormon Church comes out and denounce blood atonement and that damn book, things like this will continue to happen. And that's what tells me loud and clear, without them saying one word at all, is that they are okay with that. They are not about the victims. They've never said Tylee and JJ's names. And we can get into that a whole other day because they sent out emails telling its members, basically the jury pool, okay, to not, don't involve yourself in investigations. This is just a 2010 policy reminder, talk to the church first, basically. And that's just wrong. That's called obstruction of justice, in my opinion. Pretty much that's what it looks like when you compare the definition.
Right. But when you think that you control an entire community, like say the state of Utah, for instance, and I know there are a lot of fringe groups in the state of Utah, maybe more than Idaho and Arizona, I don't know, but when you think you control them, then you can just try and do damage control. I think that's how I would word it. They do damage control to not look as bad as they could.
They're
look
reactive. Yeah. They're
Yes.
reactive
Yeah. Yeah.
instead of proactive. And
Yep.
all they have to do, the Catholic Church, Boy Scouts of America, did y'all know they rebranded too? Oh my God. I felt like the biggest witch of the world when I have a 9-year-old now, but he was like 7 and he wanted to join the Boy Scouts. And I was going through this case. I was like, nope, no, over my dead body, And I mean, and I'm just like, Bubba, no, it's, I'm just trying to come up with all kinds of different, more innocent type reasons, and I'm just hoping he'd forget
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
He did.
You
So
already called me. You already called me way Mormon, but now guess what? I was a Boy Scout too.
that's what I'm saying. So Jason, my fiance was too, and I was like, "Were you diddled?" He was like, "No." I was like, "Well, you're one of the lucky ones." So, I mean, it's just terrible. And then, yeah, and then the Mormon Church cross branded even because like the Catholic Church
Yep.
could not put crucifixes or crosses on any kind of Boy Scout of America merch, but yet the Angel Moroni would appear on Boy Scouts of America stuff. So it's like follow the money, y'all. Follow the money, and it will lead you right to the horse's mouth. I swear.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I didn't. I didn't get diddled either, and that's not a
Good.
lie. I'm telling you the truth. But
I mean,
it
it's
was
sad.
it was part of the
Mhm.
indoctrination, though. It was part of
Mhm.
the indoctrination. Like
It was a
just
catch-22 for you guys. It was a catch-22, straight up. Because they're surrounded. They surround you. Now, and one thing that I remember from Scott Reich, that attorney, Crime Talk, he says wherever the children are, or where the perps are going to be, and I'm like, yeah, just when you think that can't happen here, oh, it's happening. Just are you really seeing? Are you really talking to your kids? Make sure you talk to your kids. That's all. Me too.
yep. I think we can all agree on that.
And this is where
And
you become your neighbor's keeper. You watch out for everybody, not just your kind. You watch out for
right.
everybody.
Yeah.
Anyways,
All right. Page 8. And now, my son, I commend you that you retain all their oaths and their covenants. So whoever this is that he's talking to is supposed to write down all their secret things that they're talking about. I
what are they going to
commend
do? Burn
you
them?
that I
Or
command you, not commend you, I command you that ye retain all their oaths and their covenants and their agreements in their secret abominations. So go join the secret organization and write down everything that you go through in joining this secret organization. This is bizarre. This is like out there. And it just makes me wonder, like, how close was this to Joseph Smith joining the Freemasons? Because they had their secret covenants and their secret agreements and oaths. Oh, goodness. Ye shall keep from this people. So I want you to write it down, but I don't want you to share it with people, that they may know them not, lest peradventure, oh my, peradventure. I don't think the word peradventure ever appears in the King James Bible. Like, you're sticking your head in a hat and looking through the and thummim, and you see the word peradventure. All right. Totally believable. South Park, I'm going to say it again. South Park, Trey Parker and Matt Stone, they did a really, really, really good episode on this. And the key chorus refrain was dum, 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 dum. Lest peradventure they should fall into darkness also and be destroyed. So I want you to write down their secret oaths, covenants, and agreements, secret abominations. Don't share them with anybody, and keep them from the people, lest peradventure they should fall into darkness and be destroyed. That's just like some of the bizarrest wording that I have ever heard in anything, like even in the King James Bible. There are some weird phrasings in there because we didn't speak that level of King James English, but for behold, there is a curse upon all of this land. Okay, there's a curse upon all this land. And I believe he's speaking about North America. That destruction shall come upon all those workers of darkness according to the power of God when they are fully ripe. What does that mean? Therefore, I desire that this people might be destroyed. He's talking about destroying a people, and I'm pretty sure it's a people in North America. And if you know anything about Mormon, oh shoot, where did she go? Come back, Kresha, come back. Come back, Kresha, come back.
No,
Oh my
wipe this
gosh.
baby in the corner. No, look, I straight up accidentally closed all my tabs. And so I had to hurry up and come
I
back.
just went through a half a page without you, and it like
No, I've been right
it was
here,
like
just back here.
it was like 30 seconds instead of 30 minutes.
I know. You actually
Imagine
got
that.
further. You know, you did. Oh my God. Hey, everybody just coming into. Yeah, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm still streaming. All right. Okay. So,
But
yeah.
if you know about Book of Mormon history, they teach that there was a group of people that came across the Pacific Ocean in submarines that were completely sealed up and just had some stones that lit up the inside of the submarine while they were in it.
That's nuts.
And then they got there and they started populating the American continents, South America to Central America.
Whoa. You know what's crazy? Okay. And so I don't really know how to explain it because I don't know how this correlates, but it does with the brand and the people that we're dealing with. Okay. Like Lori was issued or whatever. She had all these past lives. Okay. One of those past lives, she was Joseph Smith Jr.'s great grandma. Okay. Her name was Mary. I forget it. Mary French or something like that. And so, but okay. And this is also in Tim Ballard's case. One of his, I think it was the Miss Utah lady who is suing him. Of course, I need to check on that case and see where its status is because I don't really know what's going on with it lately. But she had alleged that Tim Ballard, she was issued a name from a past life from being on with Columbus, you know, the Santa Maria, the whatever the hell, I can't remember the names, but the Nina, the Pinta, whatever. And so the Mayflower, they came over on the Mayflower or whatever. And so I'm like, this is some weird shit. And then because it ties into politics too, or whatever. And because I'm like, oh my God, how do there is no separation of church and state. First off, can we just, throw that red flag in the air? Because it does not exist in the theocratic society here. But so they incorporate like the founding fathers. So does Julie Rowe. I'm sure Chad Daybell does too. I just, I can't point you to it. But that's what's going on. It's like the first founders, the founding fathers of the church. And then the Mayflower is wrapped up in this. The covenant is wrapped up into this. The Constitution is always wrapped up into this. And that's why you have the Constitution is hanging by a thread, and Glenn Beck and Mitt Romney, with all the dog whistles, and President Trump even, I mean, it's crazy. And so that's just what they are. And I think that's what separates them from I think that makes them more Freemasonry type ish, in my opinion. Or I don't know. Cause I mean, Tim Ballard he was knighted by the Queen in 2015. And then, I mean, it's just nuts and then like Glenn Beck, he always wears the skull and bones, and then you have the prophet of the church, and he's a member of the Skull and Bones, and so is M. Russell Ballard, and it's just very interesting.
Yeah, well,
and we have Joseph Smith, who is a Freemason.
Right, and then you have these people who supposedly came over from Jerusalem in their submarines without any air that were completely sealed off.
Okay.
Um,
How, well,
they
did they
got
not
here
have oxygen then? Is that what's wrong?
that may be a problem, but they got here and they were the Nephites and the Lamanites.
Okay,
And the
so
Nephite,
if I were to label something and say anti-Lamanite, what does that mean to me who's never a Mormon? What is
Lamanites,
anti-Lamanite?
and well, actually, an anti-Lamanite would be a good person, because the Lamanites were the evil sons of
Helaman?
the father.
Well, I say that because
Lehi. So Lehi was the
okay,
father, and then there was Nephi was a
Nephi.
son, and the Nephites were good, and Laman was an evil son, and the Lamanites were evil. So you
I
got the
thought,
Nephites
okay,
and the
so the dark,
Lamanites.
you would say darker skinned people, right? Would be
Yes,
dark, like
Lamanites were darker skinned people, and there were actually Mormons when they came out west to Salt Lake City that
allegedly,
would
I'll say that.
baptize the Native Americans, that would claim that when they were baptized their skin would get lighter.
Yeah,
True
and
story.
white and
Yeah.
delightsome. And so that's so interesting because that is the password that Alex put on their Wi-Fi whenever he was like, too many kids was the password, and the Wi-Fi, whatever network name was anti-Lamanite when they moved
Wow.
to Rexburg. So that's why I wanted to know. I just kind of wanted it, because I mean, I sometimes I go back and forth with what Lamanite means and what it don't,
Lamanites were the dark skinned
Native
sinner.
Americans have been
Yes.
accused of this as well. And
Yes.
so
And they wiped out the light skinned Native Americans, the Nephites, and Moroni was a Nephite. So after they all got wiped out, then they waited until 1820 something, whatever it was.
they've never
Yeah.
found any remnants of these people. But you know what, Joe? Oh my God. Doesn't Nephi sound a lot like Nephilim? I'm just saying. I'm like, whoa. Conspiracy theory. Like,
Oh,
yeah.
my gosh.
TikTok music
So many
playing in the
rabbit
background.
holes. So many rabbit holes.
It's interesting though.
It is. It
Yeah.
is. And sometimes conspiracy theories are true. Sometimes they're not, but sometimes they are.
They are.
All right. Big paragraph. In Helaman, the name of Gadian. Oh, here we are, Gadian.
Oh, crap.
Kresha. Oh,
Hold your beer. Hold your Mormon, your energy drink.
hold your
your
non-alcoholic beverage.
Yeah. No, they always sling energy drinks. I'm like, wow. So you can't drink caffeine, but you can drink all that Red Bull. Oh my God.
Yeah, because Red Bull doesn't have caffeine.
And it's not hot.
Sure it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
In Helaman, the name of Gadian is introduced and becomes descriptive. It's interesting to me that you've mentioned Gadian to me a couple of times now, and here it is in the Glenn Pace memo.
Brandon was labeled as these people. One of their victims, one of Lori's victims right now, alleged victims, the only living victim she allegedly has, is Brandon Boudreaux.
Well, besides Kay, don't forget Kay was also labeled a zombie, right?
Yeah, right after Tylee and Alex. Alex was labeled a zombie too. So was Barry, and I think Zach too. Zach Cox. And Adam.
In Helaman, the name of Gadianton is introduced and becomes descriptive throughout the Book of Mormon relative to the secret combinations. But behold, Kishkumen. Does that appear anywhere? Kishkumen, who had murdered Herein, a Korihor.
Lord was born. That was nuts. Two church ladies going to battle.
Oh my gosh.
Saturday Night Live.
They're just, yep. Satan? I do know. Pahoran did lay wait to destroy Helaman also, and he was upheld by his band, who had entered into a covenant that no one should know his wickedness. What does that even mean?
Say that again. we analyzing the shit out of this, and I'm here for it. Go ahead, say it again.
Me too. He was upheld by his band, so that means his homies. Like
The
he had a
band,
group of
yeah,
guys.
the band of
Yeah.
Gadians, yeah.
So he was laying by with his sword to kill this dude Helaman.
And
So
wait, like
that's
they were laying like passive aggressively,
laying
like
in.
Chad Murray.
Um, no, like he was sitting in, he was
He's
sitting in his
chilling.
closet. He was sitting in
Oh,
his
his
closet with
portal.
his
Oh
sword.
shit, that's
Yeah.
what's wrong.
And he was upheld by his band. Okay, so he's sitting in the closet,
What
or
band?
he's sitting by the front door, he's sitting by the back door, and he's gonna like use his sword to kill this dude Helaman. And his band, his homies, come in and say, "No, we entered into a covenant that no one should know his wickedness."
So
What
you
does that
enter into
mean?
a pact or an oath or some kind of, because that's what's going on, and just trust me on this too. But like that's what this NWO would appear to be. They're talking about like this United Order that, I mean, I've read about it too, the United Order. Um and
So
I
they're
was
like,
like,
dude,
"God, this
so
sounds so
so
familiar."
so they're like,
It's
dude, if you kill this other dude, then people will know how evil you are. So just like, don't kill him. He's not that important to kill him. Is that what it is?
I don't know. You're gonna
I
have to
don't.
say it in whole. Like, let me pick that apart and then we'll go
Okay.
back.
Kishkamen is this dude's name.
Okay.
He
Okay.
murdered a dude named Pahoran, and
Okay.
then he laid in wait to destroy another dude named Helaman, but he was
What?
upheld by his band, who entered into a
His
covenant that
partner.
no one should know his wickedness.
Oh, because they're gonna keep his secret. You
Right.
know,
We know you.
like
We
because
know
you're
you
holding
killed
up
one dude.
your brothers
Yeah.
or your band, your peeps.
If you kill another dude, then people might start finding out about like you're a
Yeah, but your
murderer.
secret is safe here. Like Lori, they played this song. You know, there was this app called Schmoe, and one of the songs was that she texted to Alex was "Our lips are sealed," and that was one of their big things was to seal. You know,
Ooh.
the day JJ was murdered. Okay, it appears that Lori is like, "Hey, meet me and Chad at the terrestrial church." And this is where's JJ? You know, there's 10 o'clock in the morning ish, somewhere in the 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock hour. He's sitting there on the couch with his red pajamas on, okay, and looks like he was entertaining himself. Quite peaceful, not being a Satan, I would say, not scaling the damn the cabinets, okay. I mean, they need to come up with something better because I see right through their asses. And anyways,
That's
so
almost directly from this scripture though,
yeah.
that they entered into a covenant that
Mhm.
no one should know his wickedness, and I'm saying his is
Oh, I know
Alex's
what it is.
wickedness.
It's the new and everlasting covenant, which is what I mean, and anything that says new or everlasting in this, just like, you know, like Chad were to be sealed to two different women, right? Tammy and Lori. I believe it went through the church. They were in the actual temple the same weekend. You know, that corroborates that. It puts them inside. Melanie at first separates them and says, "Oh, yeah, I don't know where they did that." But then she comes around and she says, she puts them inside the temple, but she never actually she's like, but not in the ceiling room, you know, like we believe her. Okay, first off, have your silly little, you know, ceiling room. It happened with Warren Jeffs. It happened with the Manti temple. I mean, come on now. I mean, these things happen. So people were telling me in the beginning, they were like, oh no, they couldn't get past, you know, all the workers and everything in there. But Lori was a temple worker. She worked on Thursdays, the actual day my uncle was murdered. Ain't that something?
So who was supposed to be a Gadianton robber or a Gadianton
Brandon,
whatever?
Melanie
Brandon?
Boudreaux Pulowski's husband, who she deemed as being gay because she went into the temple and she had a so-called vision, and she in her vision was a G meter, and it went all the way to G, and that meant Brandon was gay. Okay, straight up.
Ugh. That doesn't jive with this. Like the Gadian robbers tell me that Alex was not.
But they're saying that
Brandon.
Brandon was, so it either, which I mean, it looks pretty clear, that Lori and the group, okay, it seems like they are more, I mean, they're picking on kids and quote unquote,
And
casting out,
I think they're
you know.
projecting. I think they're
Yes.
projecting the Gadian stuff.
Yes, when they're the actual ones who took the covenant, they're the ones who took the oath to band together, to keep their lips sealed, to keep the secrets, to abuse and kill everybody. That's what it looks like to me, too.
For there was one Gadian who was exceedingly expert in many words. Okay, that's not Alex. I got that wrong already. And also in his craft. Okay, he missed Brandon. So
a wordsmith.
To carry on the secret work of murder and robbery. Okay, that part they got right. So he's got like 1/3 of the Gadian thing going for him. Therefore, he became the leader of the band. He was never the leader of the band, ever.
You're not in the band.
I wonder though, was that Chad?
I mean,
okay,
it's
let's
not directly,
let me.
I'm not doing that. Like literally, it's just like
I am
it,
though.
It matches them to me.
What if it? Let me read this again. And when you hear Gadianton, I'm going to say Chad.
There you go.
Or there was one Gadianton who was exceedingly expert in many words, and Chad was like he was
a writer.
Yep,
he sucked at it, but he was a writer.
And also in his craft to carry on the secret work of murder and of robbery. I don't think necessarily through himself, but in combination with other people.
But that's the band. That's what they're for. Yeah.
Yes. Therefore, he became the leader of the band of Kishkumen.
Oh my God. He was a lead singer.
Kishkumen.
Wow. That's pretty profound, y'all. What do y'all think? That sounds like, yeah, it was written for them. But maybe that's how these bands work. I mean, they all work in secret. And I mean, they've been around since Bishop Glenn Pace. They've been around since when this Book of Mormon was written, and they've been around long before this too. So, I mean, this goes back to, way back. This conspiracy that it looks like they're doing. I mean, again, I feel like, my aunt's murders unveiled like a global conspiracy before my very eyes. And I was like, not looking for this. Okay. And I just happened to look up because I'm like, why are they wanting to usher in the second coming? I'm still in that little box. And then I kind of, if you can just go along with me and be visual here, but I just kind of raised my head up a little bit, and I'm like, oh my God. So whenever Lori was saying ushering in the second coming of Jesus Christ, that does not mean that at all. It actually means that they are ushering in this new world. I don't want to say the word, but this order, one religion, one everything, one love, not
one religion, one government, one currency, one all of that.
Yes. Yep. And so that's where I was like, what the hell is this? This is crazy. So it's like opposite. Remember when when Pace said, what's up is down, down is up, right is
yes,
black is, that's black. What it is. Angela, you got it, huh? Yeah, that's what it is. It's, again, it's something I was not looking for. So this, you can't be pinning no conspiracy. I am just reporting back the things that they do. From my, if I were like investigating a snail, then we would talk about snail stuff. Okay. But we're not, we're talking about these people who were actually charged and convicted for conspiracy. So that's what this is. I mean, this is what they believe in. This is what they do. I'm just like a secondary whistleblower under my uncle, like saying, hey, this is some weird stuff going on here.
Yeah. All right. I got to say good night to Squeegee of Justice. Squeegee is a good friend of mine and
good night.
A very solid
or is it
content
Carolina
creator.
that's sleeping?
Squeegee is. I haven't seen Carolina.
Well, they
Carolina
said
may still
Carolina,
be
good
here.
night. Well, oh, well, hi,
Oh,
anyways, Squeegee of Justice.
right.
And hi, Carolina. And hi, Divergent. How y'all doing?
Right.
And Liza Jew. I bet we driving salty crazy because we both analyze stuff.
We do. We do.
Can't help it. Like, when are we going to do
All
this
right.
again? So,
So, right. Because we don't have anything going on next week at all.
yeah. So this kind of keeps my mind off of it, which is kind of cool. It's a distraction.
And
While
when I went through these Mormon scriptures when I was a high school student, like I obviously didn't look at them like I do now, and I didn't
no,
look at them in the light of this
perversion.
case. Yes.
Exactly. I look at it through the lens of my family's murders and with their shared belief, Chad was serving a calling at the time. He had access to the meeting house where Alex felt so comfortable to just chill and lay in wait. According to the FBI agent, Doug Hart on Dateline, he was like, I think that Chad went and picked Alex up and then went and dropped him off. And I'm like, yep. And then after that, Alex went and looked up trannies straight up. So you tell me. Yeah.
Okay, so he was never the leader of the band.
No, I mean, there's always
That's got to be somebody else.
There's always
Yeah,
a
that's got
scapegoat too. Alex was their
right.
scapegoat, but then Lori and Chad are scapegoats. Melanie, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's always they're covering for somebody else. It's other people that have not been outed because of these murders,
Yeah,
and
and
they're the fall guys, so to speak. Just like Richard Allen, in my
right,
opinion.
because the other people that could be considered potential conspirators in this have not been charged with anything.
Or their phone records were never pulled. They didn't get search warrants and look at their phone records. Now, the FBI was sitting outside of Melanie Gibbs' house, but I think she scrambled on pronto. She scrambled and she was like, oh no. And so I think she set all that up where if they all participated in one thing, because they're a band, right? Let's just pretend. And so they all band together and let's say they're making rainbows and sparkles. Okay. But they're doing all this together. But then whenever they do talk, when Melanie Gibb does have them on that recording, Core Horror was born, Lore Horror. It's like, I don't think Melanie Gibb would have turned that recording over had it implicated her. Okay. She'd have been like, damn, or she could edit it out, whatever, but they're not going to accuse her because they're on the phone with her and they could potentially they're sneaky anyways. They're sneaky, covert. And then, this is just me. This is just how it is. It sits so deep in my soul like this. They've always taken part. They were there the night JJ was murdered. And I mean, just from listening to that recording last week again of Melanie Gibb being recorded by a woman who was one of her fans. Like, she was reading Melanie Gibb's silly book, Feel the Fire. And just so happens that Lori and Melanie upload a podcast on a Saturday, September 7th, 2019. And Tylee was murdered September 8th, September 9th. So what was Melanie there? Because it sounds like she puts herself there, but they're just so slippery with their words. Just enough. Trust me, I've been doing this for 6 years now. And I'm like, oh, did she just say that? And then I'm like, no, it's like word salad. They slip out of the things, because they just talk a bunch of crap. And I just really do feel like not only were Melanie and David there, but I feel like they participated in the murdering of at least my nephew. But I really do suspect that that Melanie was there the same weekend Tylee was murdered. And that's my opinion.
Yeah,
And
and
if they would have gotten into their phones or did some kind of treat this like the named and unnamed co-conspirators that they are proud to put out there. I mean, what? I just don't feel like we're, especially since the witness list was released by the state and we know Lori's. I just don't feel like it's very culty. There's not one of these people, Zalema, I mean, wasn't there like a use immunity um, that was used? And they were talking about it in
what
the Arizona hearings too. I remember them talking about use immunity from Idaho.
was there
But
ever really even a full interrogation done of any
no,
of the other
nope,
people in Chandler or Gilbert? Was there
nope.
ever a full interrogation done?
Not that nothing that I've seen. That's all been soft rooms and oh, I'm sorry. Am I bothering you? you know, I mean, what the hell? These are freaking grown ass people, and these are kids, but these people act like they're being persecuted. None of them came forward, and it really pisses me off, Joe, because my mom and my dad were at that preliminary hearing for Chad in 2020, August of 2020. They just unearthed those babies in June of 2020. Okay. Here we are a couple months later. They are there. They're right there behind Chad and breathing down his damn neck. Okay. That's how it looks to me. But the fact that Melanie testified the first day, then the second day she testified again, and then she went and sat by my mom and my dad, and she's all, you can just see her face. I mean, she's so fake through and
What in
through.
court? In court, she sat next to your
She
mom and
went
dad.
she and yeah, and then Nate Eaton interviewed them afterwards, and she was like, "Oh, I just my favorite part is that I got to meet Kay and Larry," and I'm just like, I'm not a punch for sure, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't stand these people. I about came
That's a
out my
whole
seat at the trial
yeah.
with David Warwick
That's a
right there,
whole nother
and
level. Yeah,
Lori was wiggling too. She was, it's like you could, I mean, and again, I don't trust none of them. I don't trust any of them because they all failed the family, whether or not they failed these kids for sure, whether or not they have my family's blood on their hands or not, they were there and they failed. And they continue to do so by protecting themselves, basically. Okay. Because they can't ever just, be real with themselves and repent or just be like, oh my God, that was so wrong. And these poor kids. And it's always about them. And it's disheartening,
that's what.
man.
Okay, that's what this trial and the next trial are about. Is all about
Oh,
her because she's already spending the rest of her life in
yeah,
prison. She
that's true.
has nothing to gain by fighting these charges in Arizona. Nothing except to be in the center of the spotlight and to have the microphone for a
That's it.
few hours a day for a few weeks.
Yeah, how many times did she sit there and has she said already, because Lori, I'm talking about Lori, how many times has she mentioned the fact that and she's saying this about the prosecutor because this is a whatever case, a high profile case. Girl, sit down. And when you talk voluminous and all this stuff and you don't have time to do this and that because your ass is so extra, okay? Because you committed a lot of crime and you went over and above, okay? Just like you could have done that and channeled that into good stuff. But no, that's not why we're here. We're here because you're evil and rotten and she needs to come to terms with herself. Bad. They all do. Like yeah, Divergent says the coven may have been given immunity or not been prosecuted, but they will answer for their sins, no doubt. And I believe that. I do. It just makes me sad, because it's not too late for Lori and Chad to repent. It's not too late. They can still make right with God, at least is what I'm saying. But you can't do it for them. It's just like, wow, you not only didn't live 18 lives or 31 and 21 lives before this, you went backwards. You like regressed. Okay. Like, I don't know. It's crazy.
I do know. We know. We know. I mean, we know.
Hooker.
There you go.
Thank
We
you,
know. We know.
TJ.
If you know, you know. All right. Next paragraph on
Nope.
this.
I'm thinking, go ahead. That was really me just being a jerk.
And so this is more Mormon scripture, more take it for what it's worth.
Yeah, more
When the
Gadian.
servant, yes, this is more about the Gadians. When the servant of Helaman had known all the heart of Kishkumen, how did he know all the heart of Kishkumen? Like, how did he know his heart?
There are allegations of cannibalism in the handling case. I'm just saying.
Oh,
I mean, are we doing literal here? What are we doing?
That's how he knew his heart. He cut it out of his chest and he tasted it. Oh,
right.
Oh my goodness.
I mean,
Sorry.
hey, but think about this for a second, y'all. I mean, and this is for the people who, search down these rabbit holes too. I search everywhere. I don't shut anything off. Everything's on the table. I don't say, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. I'm just like, oh, hell no. There's things that can be true and not true at the same time. So to what degree, what level, I'm definitely not going to wall it off though. And just say no, off limits, because that's so short-sighted, I think. But, and I mean, I feel like I owe this to the kids for sure.
You know what? In the light of ritualistic abuse and sacrifice, this paragraph is actually relevant if you read it in that light. So I'm going to read it again.
Do it.
Yes. And you guys just imagine in your mind, this is in the light of ritualistic, potentially cannibalistic sacrifice.
Child torture.
And when the servant of Helaman had known all the heart of Kishkumen, and how that it was his object to murder, and also that it was the object of all those who belonged to his band to murder and to rob and to gain power. And this was their secret plan and their combination. So that's secret handshakes and stuff. The servant of Helaman said unto Kishkumen, let us go forth unto the judgment seat. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they did to the victims is they judged them. They belittled them, they dehumanized them, and then they got rid of them. So I think it's dual purpose. I think it's sacrificial in the sense of their beliefs, and I think it is also to get them out of their way. They were obstacles anyway. So I mean, take one for the team. And not to mention, well, let me not say anything till I pull him up. I'm the worst about that. Go ahead.
All right, next paragraph. It was true then, as it is now, that these things were not known by the general populace or by the government. So that's Glenn. That's Glenn Pace's. Okay, so I got to highlight that. That's Glenn Pace's interjection.
Attribution.
It was true then, as it is now, that these things were not known by the general populace or by the government. Maybe. Okay. So it's
the darkness, like the secret stuff, or
I don't know. Maybe it's part of scripture because it's in the same line as this one up here.
Let's see.
So look at that one. Look at this one. They're both in the same line.
I don't know either. I don't know. If anybody knows, let us know, please, because I remember reading over these myself, to myself, and I don't know if that's included in the Book of Mormon and or if, like you said,
right, if it's part of the memo. And it came to pass in the 49th year of the reign of the judges. 49 is actually a religiously significant number. In the 49th year of the reign of the judges, there was constitutional peace.
Ooh, reign of the judges. Oh my God. Okay. I need to put a pin in that.
There was continual peace established in the land, all save it were the secret combinations which Gadianton the robber had established in the more settled parts of the land, which at that time were not known unto those who were not at the head of the government. There was a secret band of robbers that was known by the head of the government, known as the Gadianton robbers, and they were only known by the head of the government. Therefore, they were not destroyed out of the land. Okay, what's your pin about?
Oh, No, but no, because I'd have to bring y'all way too many rabbit
Okay.
holes.
All right. We'll get back to it. In chapter 6, we learn that in spite of the Lord's command to the prophet not to write these things, that's what I told you about before. Don't write these things down. Satan is capable and always has been of revealing his secrets to his followers, just as the Lord has revealed his will to the prophets. Wow.
Mhm. That's
And
who we're dealing with, y'all.
mm-hmm. And now behold, those murderers and plunderers were a band who had been formed by Kishkumen and Gadianton, and now it had come to pass that there were many even among the Nephites of Gadianton's band. So the Nephites were supposedly good Native Americans. But behold, there were many numerous among the more wicked part of the Lamanites. The Lamanites were the bad bands, the bad people of the Native Americans, who at one point in time were struck down with a darker skin. Nephites were whiter skinned, Lamanites were darker skinned. And they were called, okay, but behold, they were more numerous among the more wicked part of the Lamanites, more and more, and they were called Gadianton's robbers and murderers. So the Lamanites were the Gadianton's robbers.
That's what I figured because of how, about the throwing shade on Native Americans over the past, and kind of that, the dark skin, and everybody else like Lori and Chad and their Tim Ballard, they all desire these blonde hair, blue eyes. They even talk about it when they have that weird Jesus podcast. And I mean, it sounds like they're sexualizing Jesus. That's how gross it is. They're like, oh, what do you look like? I mean, it's disgusting. I call it, and I'm sorry, pardon my French. I call it Jesus off PORN, because that's what it's just super cringe because it's like they're talking to one another, but they're using Jesus, talking about Jesus to compliment Jesus. What are his attributes that you love about him? But they're like, you can tell they're talking to one another. It's crazy. Have you heard that one yet? And another thing we need to go over one year, is the infamous Reddit email. The infamous Reddit email is crazy. So
whose is that?
It's yours if you want it.
No, who sent a Reddit email?
Oh no, this was an email that was it was published in a Mormon subreddit in January of 2020, and we suspect that. Hold on. It was published in the subreddit of Mormon. Then it was deleted, and then it was published in the subreddit for Lori Vallow, and it was an email that actually, if you watch Nate Eaton's interview with with Melanie Gibb, we call it her East Idaho News Extravaganza. Okay, Dateline was on it, everything. And so this is when the first time we all, my family, and everybody else following this case, got to know what the hell was going on, from an insider, so to speak. And so, but if you follow the email, it's been so true along the way. And we do suspect that it was David Warwick and Melanie Gibb that actually wrote it and or told to their friends to write it. And they talk about Moroni and when Lori and Chad actually met and putting a portal in the closet. And they even dub M. Russell Ballard and Del G. Renland as zombies in the very end, which they're usually the ones that go around doing the second anointing stuff. Allegedly.
They just have to venture beyond
their hijack
realm.
Everything. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. That's the perfect way to put it.
They're Gadian robbers.
Hijack everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're this next part that we read here, I kind of read the next paragraph partially, kind of like halfway, and Gadianton, Lamanites, and Nephites. I don't remember growing up in the Mormon church anything about the Gadianton robbers. I remember
Really?
nothing. I remember
Huh.
the Lamanites and the Nephites.
So maybe you're a bad Mormon. Just picking. More good
or
or more bad. I love it.
or
You know,
or maybe our teacher just wasn't as much off the rails as this stuff is going.
That's true. That's true. That's likely.
And now behold, those murderers and plunderers were a band who had been formed by Kishkumen and Gadian, and now it had come to pass. That is a phrase that is used like 4 billion times in the Book of Mormon.
Yep.
It had
And thus
come to
saith the
pass.
Lord. Yeah.
Yes, right?
Oh yeah.
that there were many, even among the Nephites, of Gadianton's band. So the Nephites are supposed to be good people, but
Supposed to
Gadianton's
be.
band supposedly had some members of the Nephites in it. But
Okay.
behold, there were more numerous among the more wicked part of the Lamanites. So it says more wicked. It doesn't just
Yeah.
say wicked. So
That reminds me of the more sure word of prophecy, because I look for these kind of things. I mean, especially if I start to notice a pattern, I kind of pick it up, because there's this thing called the calling and election made sure. There's this thing called the second comforter, which we know that Lori was reading Denver Snuffer's second comforter book, which the second comforter in layman's terms means I saw Jesus in the temple. So there you go. All right. So whenever you get your calling and election made sure, and then you can get the more sure word of prophecy. These are like things you're trying to obtain. Okay. And then you become exalted, I guess, like Lori, and you become a translated being, a translated bee. But actually, that's what I was looking into before I came on, or we came on here. And it's just interesting because there's some very interesting things that were said by Mike Stroud, who was Jason Mau's seminary teacher. And he was also, I mean, he's in trial record even now, because Lori and Chad were having a text conversation with one another, and she was, I forget the guy's name. He's like famous or whatever, because they had like Oprah's name on here. Oprah was the darkest person on the planet. Okay. Darkest
that's
soul.
not racist at all.
Yeah, I shit you not. And then all the stuff came out with Diddy, and I was like, whoa, maybe so. I don't know. Allegedly. I don't know. Not because of skin color, but just because of shady shit. But I mean, I do want to share this because Mike Stroud was practicing, or I'm sorry, he was teaching how to cast out, putting the arm to the square, and I have it right here. I swear. I don't know what order I put them in. I'm old school. Oh, there it is. Okay. Found it. And so this is from Mike Stroud. So just these are like minute marks. Just hear me out. The doctrines of the second comforter, calling and election made sure, translation, and the calling of the 144,000 are among those specific sacred concepts that should have been spoken with more care and by constraint of the spirit. He's being very sarcastic in these. He's like, I should apologize for this. All right. He's like, so it was inappropriate for me to teach that person should seek to be translated or to receive an ordinance of translation and become members of the 144,000 spoken of in Scripture. It was inappropriate for me to teach that temple ordinances, specifically the use of altars, should be practiced outside of the temple. It was inappropriate for me to teach that the Church of Latter-day Saints is Aaronic, so that's the younger priesthood, in nature and preparatory to the Melchizedek, which is the holy order, okay? Melchizedek priesthood institution referred to in Scripture as the Church of the Firstborn. It was inappropriate to teach that people should seek to receive priesthood ordinations outside of the ordained channels found within the church, and that priesthood healings, that's what Lori and Chad were all about, and ordinances should be practiced using a prescribed format and they can be performed over the phone. They were doing this shit over Zoom. Anyways, and so he says, last sentence, for this, I humbly apologize and ask for your forgiveness. Mike Stroud. Podcast number 062, Epilogue was the name of it. So passive aggressive much, huh?
Not much.
But I mean,
Not much.
there's so many nuggets just in those little blurbs. I'm like, holy shit. This is like one of the first people that I started like studying all his stuff. You know, I just noticed he did like a cadence, you know, when he speaks and stuff. But I mean, he was actually at the Preparing a People conference the same weekend that Chad and Lori sealed in the temple. And Mike Stroud even calls out, he gives a shout out to, he's like, oh, hey, Mike, Thor, Chad, good to be here, you know? And I mean, so this is the same weekend that James and Elena was born. And this is the same weekend, I believe, that sealed the deal in the fate of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy and Charles.
Wow.
Done.
Wow.
Because this was 2018, the very end of it. They met in October, allegedly. November, they're sealed, and then game on. Okay. And that's about when, because I've been reading the reports too. And so I'm kind of picking up like what my uncle was saying, you know, I'm just trying to figure out the context of it. And by all accounts, it sounds like, you know, he says that Lori's been like this for about 4 years, but it's gotten real bad here lately. He says that she's getting these these names from these people in Utah. And I'm like, that's Mike and Nancy James. That is what's going on. And Chad, you know, he's from Utah, Springville, where Ruby's from and lived. And Southern Utah, that goes with that geographical thing too, with the 3 counties that, you know, where this SRA is going on allegedly with the Hamblin case. It's like 3 different counties. And I mean, again, you got the gravedigger here. It's just so crazy. I really do believe this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the Pace memo, 2019. And then the Frankie case, you can say 2023. The Pace version 2023. You can match all these things to all that.
Because you know what else just struck me as what you can match?
What?
So we're reading all of these Mormon scriptures about the Nephites and the Lamanites. Mm-hmm. And Nephi the Nephites, yeah. Well, Nephi was the son of Lehi. So Lehi was the father. He had 4 sons. Nephi was one of them. His band of descendants were considered to be good. The Lamanites were considered to be evil.
Oh.
So we have a direct division between good and evil, quote unquote, light and dark.
So when you say anti-Lamanite, you're
claiming to be light. If you say anti-Lamanite, you're claiming to be light.
So Alex had to have been referring to themselves when he said that Wi-Fi name.
I guess. I don't know.
Because opposite Lamanite, they'd be calling their victims Lamanites if we were to turn it into their perversion.
Right. Yes.
Okay. I just want to know I just kind of thank you for that, because that makes a lot of
there's a very stark division between Nephites and Lamanites in the Book of Mormon. And one is good and one is evil. 100%.
And they're sitting there saying that they're Gadiantans, and so Brandon's a Gadianton. And so, I mean, they're going to be in the same class as Tylee, JJ, and all the other evil spirits. And
so the Gadiantans like blurs that line, though, because we just read where they said there were some Nephites that were Gadiantans.
So is this the dual membership of the church, the LDS Church of Satan?
Yes.
That's what that is, huh?
Bingo.
Oh, wow.
We just figured it out.
We cracked the case. Kara Burrell said that, and I just thought it was cute. Do y'all get it, though? Like, I always come to look at the chat, and I'm like, I'm waiting to hear, hurrah, you know, like, yay. And then I'm like, okay, what are y'all doing? Y'all talking about funeral potatoes? Oh, okay.
You know? Okay. So Okay, I'm just going to make a comment that is totally egotistical right now and is totally
Do it.
inappropriate, but this case is so huge and you and I have such important insight into this case that we should have freaking 10,000 people online watching this right now. Like
I
for real.
mean, I would say it would behoove them, because and then their contributions would really help too. If people
Absolutely.
would think,
Yes.
I want to get to the
Yes.
damn bottom of it. I'm getting old, and I made a promise to Tylee, Charles, and Tammy that I wouldn't stop until everyone again, now I wasn't being realistic, obviously, but till everyone with their blood, with my family's blood, like Tylee, Charles, Tammy, on their hands were held accountable. And then I kind of changed that a little bit. I hope they forgive me because I'm like, okay, that's not realistic. So can we just expose them? So
It
that's
could take until July 4th. It could take until July 4th. That's what Judge Bareski said.
of
We're going to get
2030.
this wrapped up.
So
No. He said we're going to get this wrapped up by July 4th of this year.
I can try THX. Are you talking about what we just talked about? Because me and Joe just kind of came up with that together. So THX 1138 says, Kresha and Joe, can you please explain what you just discovered in a way we can understand? Right. We got to do it in layman's terms. It's so hard, y'all. This has been the struggle for me.
Right, because the LDS church, the Mormon church, just like twist your mind. And I was raised in it, so I have to do some untwisting to dial it down.
You're really good at that. But if I read this little blurb right here, I already have it pulled up, and it's from the victim statements, the alleged victims who are accusing their dad and a ring of other people. You can call them a band, allegedly. Okay. Of people that are inflicting this ritual abuse, including torture, murder, cannibal, sacrifice, children. I mean, this is some horrific stuff. And this has been going on, which I believe when we're reading the PACE memo right here, right now, like we've been doing, well, allegedly, when we read that, it's like, I feel like some of Hamblin's alleged victims in their circle, came forward and talked to Bishop Glenn Pace. If not, I mean, and I mean, so this has been happening. And I mean, again, like the Hamblin daughters, some of their abuse took place in the late 90s. So, and maybe not, but it's like still going on and it's never been dealt with. So I believe that whenever my family was murdered, when Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and then I always include Joe, I believe that they're just a 2019 version of this same band of Gadianton robbers, so to speak, this same band of secret combinations. And whenever a Latter-day Saint hears secret combinations, they know that that means satanic ritual abuse or ritual abuse. Now, I've had a guy on who's followed the case from the very beginning. Brilliant. Okay. This guy is like, he makes my mind explode. Okay. Cause I'm like, I don't know. You're very smart. And he has like, I don't know what it is, but he has lined up or aligned every one of my family, every one of these victims. He has aligned them forward and backwards with ritual murder dates. And I don't know how to explain it to you because I don't even understand it all the way, but I'm just like, whoa. So that was the first kind of clue, I guess you could say. The second, well, that and the fact of like how Tylee was found, how JJ was found, how their children, how they're gathering, so to speak. They use these code words like gathering. And I think that they're actual gatherings and they're doing casting out. They're practicing a dark form of witchcraft and magic, because you got Chad's pendulum, you have these secret handshakes, tokens, oaths, the everlasting covenant. You have of course, the Gadianton robbers here, who are an organized group of Satanists, I'll say, just to be clear. I believe that Lori and Chad are part of this band of Gadianton robbers, aka practicing Satanist, that Glenn Pace is talking about. And you can tie this to the so-called LDS Church of Satan, which is alleged to be David Hamblin's group. That's what the victims in the Hamblin case, his daughters, accuse all these people of. And it's right there in southern Utah where Chad is from, where him and Tammy moved from there to Rexburg in 2015. And I just think he brought it with him. And he's a grave digger. I mean, there's that aspect too. Not just him, but his brothers would even go spend summers digging graves. And then I also heard that, and this is just rumor, so his dad may have been a grave digger in Arizona. Okay. I mean, so you put all these kind of moving parts together, the pendulum, the male female signs, all the things, okay? Just their magical thinking and just the gap is horrible, okay? The malachite, all the things. You kind of put those all in one pot. You know what they're doing is not good. They're not actually trying to cast out demons. They're actually trying to, I mean, Chad was also a student of Dr. Bradley Nelson, who wrote the emotion code / the body code. There's two different, like, whatever. He's got different lessons. And that's that energy healing part. He's an actual chiropractor who is buds with, I have to just throw this in because I'm right here. But, Tony Robbins forwarded Dr. Bradley Nelson's book, a really long forward. You should go read it on Google Books. And so Chad took this course, and so did Tammy, and so did Zalema and Julie Rowe. So you've got all these people like doing this energy work. They're doing the foot zoning with the massage oils. You got, Zalema telling the cops that on her and Alex's honeymoon night. And again, I don't know how much I don't trust these people. So take it for what it's worth. But the fact that Zalema brings up how Alex on their wedding night after they got married, they're in a hotel and he's going to rub her back. Alex is going to rub her back. He was a masseuse, whatever. And so they go to Walmart and they pick up a tarp. And I'm like, Dexter much? Anyway, so, but she said that nothing happened, obviously. And I mean, he was being real quiet into himself. And she's like, what's wrong, Alex? And he's just like, nothing. I mean, he was just really to himself. And this was towards the end of November. And Alex would be dead, like, right 12 days after they got married. So, I mean, but the tarp thing, I have seen the use of tarps in these Hamblin documents. I have seen, okay, in the, whenever I went to trial for Lori's trial, there were masks that were found in Lori's apartment. There was rope, there was duct tape, there were tarps that weren't used. There were freaking, what do you call those things? Tyvek suits as well. Yeah. So what do you think they're doing? Okay. Again, I just see red hoods, man. I just see red hoods and just some really dark shit that they're doing in broad daylight. Obviously, Chad has access to the church meeting house, which is 2.6 miles away from where him and Tammy lived. That's where Alex sat there and waited. And that's where the FBI agent, Doug Hart, thinks that, I mean, he's just said this in Dateline recently, that he believes that Chad went and scooped Alex up right there, 2.6 miles, went and murdered Tammy, and then went and dropped him off. And that's it. That's the help that Chad needed, I guess, because remember that Alex was going to go to Hawaii with Melanie Boudreaux and Lori Vallow, but Chad needed his help. And then think about Garth, saying that his dad wasn't even there. His dad wasn't even there. I was like, oh, was he going to bring Alex? I mean, what's really going on? I really do think that Emma and, the Daybell kids, I think that they were raised as these kind of Satanists, I mean, if I'm being honest, and I'm just trying to be honest, I'm not trying to throw shade anywhere. I'm just trying to figure this out. It's not to place blame. It's just to, like, what is going on here? Why are they talking about raccoons when they're referring to Tylee? Not to mention,
if you have the Glenn Pace memo, you don't have to make like
the mental gymnastics, right?
Yes. No, it's right there for us.
It's right here, and it's been there. Yeah.
Yeah. So THX1138 asks if a Mormon hears the
Secret
phrase
combination.
secret combinations
Mhm.
and they understand what that is, are they in favor of it? And the answer is no. Those were taught to us to be evil. Like,
Right. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry if it came out that way, but like Melanie Gibb, and I already have that pulled up if you want to let me share my screen real quick. It's just a little clip. Oh,
yep,
wait.
bring it up.
I closed it whenever I closed my. Hold on. I'll pull it back up. Damn you,
Gotta go
Kresha.
back and get that.
Yeah, it should be right here in my history, and it is. Okay, so it's Melanie Gibb. Let me get over there and share my screen. Oh, shit.
I never have too many tabs open in my brain
Me
ever.
neither. And on my computer desktop.
Right.
Okay, let's see. I'm trying to open it and then I can go over there and get the damn.
Present. Yeah.
Okay, I already have it at the right spot. Let me get over there. Let me do present. Oh, see, I get my mouse. I go crazy with it sometimes. All right, here we go. All right.
There we go.
So I have well, let me open the transcript real quick. It helps me kind of pinpoint it. Even though it's at the end, I want to get right on it. Control G, and she calls it the church of the devil. Well, let me do devil. That'd probably be faster. They kind of talk about church all the time. Let's see. Yeah, she says, well, this is something else, but she says, then there's all these energy groups out there, though. Either, Julie's introduced, she's done her little workshops, but even before, she did that, there's people doing energy work. And I believe that a lot of these groups in Utah, Arizona, they're doing these energy, and a lot of these energy works are talking about multiple probations, which is reincarnation, Mormon style. And
energy groups are not standard LDS doctrine, though. They're not.
Yeah, I know. They teach against it. I do know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've learned a lot about that. They actually amped it up even, or ramped it up, I should say, after this all came out, I believe. Anyways, it says multiple probations. So it's not that he created it. See, it's not so much that Chad created it so much. It's just somehow that darkness got out somehow about this lie. And I call it doctrines of devils. That's my word for it, which I mean, it's everybody's word for it. McConkie, I'm just saying. Anyways, and it got out, and it's kind of plagued some of those groups. So I don't necessarily think he's the founder of any of that. Okay. Does that make sense? But in this group, you would put Lori and Chad's, yes. But in the particular thing, excluding everybody else, they were like the group. They have these number systems. Okay. I mean, Tammy and Chad have email to one another, and I don't remember who rated what, but there was a little boy in one of the church classes or whatever, 4.2 dark. And so I'm just saying, I believe this is like Tom. I mean, this goes out obviously because we have Ruby and Joe. We have all the crimes, Okay, so that makes sense. This group, you would put Lori and Chad's, yes, in their particular thing, excluding everybody else. They were like the group, and they have these number systems. So you probably saw someone text like, "There's a group of," I remember 72. Oh, see what's in that. Oh my God, I can't read her shit. See what is in the church you get here. Oh my God, I'm just gonna play it. Let's go here.
And then 144, right? And so she's like, okay, we're in charge of
I'm going back a little bit.
But even before, she did that. There's people doing energy works. And I believe that a lot of these groups, now Utah, Arizona, they're doing these energy, a lot of these energy works are talking about.
Oh, God dang it. Sorry, I meant to do this.
He was like tearful.
Oh my God. I can screw up a wet, you know what? I get back to it.
Cry like a baby. And Melanie's like, I don't ever cry.
Hold on.
After I have.
Okay. Trying to get back over here.
The title devil. And it said, because I'm researching a lot of stuff right now. It's been very interesting. My own little research going on. And it says, one of Satan's greatest tricks is to convince, I don't know if that's the right word, people that they are following God when they're not.
You
And
heard
you
that?
think about all the other religions, and I would just say in general people, how many
That's
people
pretty
Sounds familiar.
profound in my opinion.
You know,
She
Yeah.
says something
Yep.
else at the very end. Oh, we are at the end.
anybody in that high level.
But listen to
of
the protection.
can be manipulated.
Absolutely.
One of the definitions that I read in the Bible dictionary I thought was fascinating.
Mhm.
It was under the title devil. And it said, because I'm researching a lot of stuff right now. It's been very interesting. My own little research going on. And it says, one of Satan's greatest tricks is to convince, I don't know if that's the right word, people that they are following God when they're not.
Mhm.
And you think about all the other religions, and I would just say in general people, how many people have killed people in the name of religion? Gone in and raped people, villages, right? In the name of God. That is one.
Over religion.
You got a mirror
Yeah,
for her?
worship of religion. So this is just a version of thinking they're these great people, and they still do because they're not remorseful yet at all. They're still in this cloud.
Who's not
And I'm hoping
remorseful?
That bubble is going to
Chad
Who's not
fall away,
remorseful?
And I never want to speak.
Chad
Melanie,
and
you're
Lori.
not remorseful either.
Oh,
Melanie's not
yeah.
either.
Do you
No.
know how much he deceived you? You killed
It's not even real.
this girl, or he killed him, or Alex killed him, or something. But she's
See?
involved. I feel like all three of them were involved, and I'm
Oh
just.
no shit. You were too.
Did you? You need to some serious prayers, girl. You need some help.
Mhm.
It's gonna be a rude awakening.
You
that
hope.
day.
You
You
hope.
hope she gets that before she dies
hope.
someday. You
Yes.
hope
You
that
hope
she
she
gets
gets
to
that
that point. I'm
before
hoping
she
that she
dies.
will have that.
Look
before
at
she dies.
look
You
at
don't
look
know
at how the officers are like laughing with her and joking
Yes.
with her and
Do you
getting
see
up
what
like
you
it's a
hear me? That's it.
Let's-
Yes.
it's an hors d'oeuvre party. Like this is
Yeah.
a social party.
It's
Ugh.
so disheartening, especially because I've never followed crime before that. I mean, I'd watch Dateline, I'd watch First 48, blah. That was about as deep as I would go. But once this happened to my family, I mean, this is all I've done for the last 6 years. I'm obsessed with it, basically. And just to try and figure this out. But and looking at other cases, they don't treat these people like this. Like
Nope.
Madeline Soto's
Nope.
mom,
This
I was
is-
like, I really love the way that cop was being with her. Like, are you serious? I mean, he
Nope.
was saying all
No,
the
the
things
way
that we
the
want.
way they were with Jason Mao, the way they were with Lori was
Why-
just completely unusual and disturbing.
That's why I feel like they're
100%.
in the same band, so to speak. The same, some of them can
And
be.
with,
I mean,
and with
who's
Alex,
involved?
and with Alex
Police officers.
too.
Yes. Yes, that tracks because it's not just an organization that's within the church. It's an organization that is outside of the church too, but it also exists inside the church culture and the church. Sitting there with some of them. Chad held a calling. He was a ward clerk. He sat in there, and I mean, Joe Murray testified to the fact that Chad would be up there so supposedly writing his books, and then Heather Daybell, Pot Stirrers Unite, she's complained about it. She didn't like it. I don't blame her. I mean, it bothers me. That was one of my initial questions when I talked to Goel, who's been investigating the Hamblin case. Okay. Because I was like, I follow his Substack, and that's where I get, and I basically, he breaks it down and then I just read it, and I didn't go into this thinking, oh, this has to match up. I don't know. When you see a headline and it says, ritualistic child abuse, torture, cannibalism. And then, I mean, they literally just unearthed Tylee and JJ in Idaho. And then bam, here comes this headline in 2022, I think. And here it is. And it's saying these specific things, I was just like, oh, that's crazy, And so I just kind of barely followed it then. And then as I've gotten more time and brain space and heart space and all that stuff along this journey, I've, tried to thrust myself into it more and more. The Hamblin case, just trying to understand, and then they do share their beliefs, the alleged beliefs. So once Lori's trial was over, I went in whole ass. And I mean, there are so many correlations, and it's like all the things. Okay. Ian Pulowski, he turned over this document, and we have the core beliefs, I guess you could call them, of Lori and Chad's group. Okay. Well, I feel like this is the rest of the story. This is the Paul Harvey. Okay. because when you start factoring all these things in together, so that's where I was kind of taken in by it. Like I still don't connect directly Hamblin with uh, Chad and Lori, but I mean, because they have these groups, these covens, these rings. Just the fact that Chad was right there, worked in a cemetery. These girls allege in the Hamlin case that that's where they do a lot of their reveling, in cemeteries. And I'm like, well, you think about it, yeah. you know, I bet he has seen some stuff. No wonder he was compelled to write a book, but didn't write about real cool, like real, that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? You got Ruby Frankie bringing her son to abuse them and to punish them and to turn the paint up, so to speak. We're using Chad's language, but same concept. To have him walk around barefoot at a Native American burial, a cemetery, and it's hot. He has no shoes on. There's broken glass on the ground. There's rocks, and they're in the heat, and he's picking up trash. And then this Native American lady gets really pissed off, and she tells them, "What's wrong with you? You need to get off this property. You can't." I don't know. It just seems like Ruby was very privileged white lady, Anyways, she thought she was doing something good by torturing her kids and making them do that. And then, anyways, it was
right.
interesting.
But there's a nexus through this memo, right?
Big time. Oh my God. I think it's at the hub. I really do. Because it's not biased one way or the other. It's not talking about anybody specifically. It's just talking about Latter-day Saints specifically, and this group that they allege to exist within the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. But you reading those scriptures right there, I don't doubt that's why he did, included them. I see why he did. Because, oh my God.
And people were asking us, what was that big connection that we just made? And that big connection we just made was the Nephites, the Lamanites, and the Gadiantans band. Because the Nephites were absolutely good people. The Lamanites were absolutely bad people. And the Gadiantans band was made up of both of them. Yes. Yeah. That's the connection we just made, people.
Yeah, the dual membership. Then we have David Hamblin. He is with James Mooney and this whole, I forget how to say it, Oklahoma or something church, where they found a loophole, or Mooney did allegedly. He found a loophole. He's not a Native American, but like I said, it's just like with the soaking and the Provo push and just the loopholes, which you will see a lot of Latter-day Saint crime take place in, whether it be fraud, whether it be MLM, just taking advantage of other people in that sense. I'm not saying all, I'm just saying, when you kind of see these things going on, it's just like, wow, but they find loopholes because that's what they do, to just try to live a righteous life, So I just want to know where does this go to inversion? Where does this become night is day is night, up is down is up? When do you become like Ruby? When do you become like Jody and Lori and Chad and Zalima? This is big. This is a lot of people.
Yeah. And I think the next paragraph actually speaks to that. Honestly, that's a good lead into the next paragraph. If we go to paragraph 2, but behold, Satan did stir up the hearts of the more part of the Nephites. Remember, the Nephites were supposed to be the good guys, insomuch that they did unite with those bands of robbers. So good guys starting to turn bad, uniting with
Satan.
bad guys.
That's Satan, pretty much, yeah.
Insomuch that they did unite with those bands of robbers and did enter into their covenants and their oaths. Good guys turning bad. That's what this paragraph is about.
Wow.
That they would protect and preserve one another in whatsoever difficult circumstances they could be placed, that they could not suffer for their murder. How can you not suffer for your murder?
But oh my God,
that's what Lori wants. That's what Lori wants, right?
She's rewriting her story. She has been. No one was murdered here, and Tylee did it, and Chad and I will be exonerated. She's rewriting her damn story. Straight up.
And it's right here. And it's right here in this 1990 memo.
Rebranding.
That they should be placed, that they should not suffer for their murders and their plunderings and their stealings. And it came to pass, next paragraph, that they did have their signs, yea, their secret signs. So they had secret stuff going on, their secret words, maybe in the Mormon temple, maybe in the LDS temple.
100%.
And this, that they might distinguish a brother or sister who had entered into the covenant, that whatsoever wickedness his brother should do, he should not be injured by his brother, nor by those who did belong to his band, who had taken this covenant.
Wow.
You can do what you want to steal, murder, plunder, whatever.
Don't call her a poor whore.
Oh my gosh.
Don't say she's turned her back on her God, because in her mind and in her belief system, she has not. She is worshiping God.
Yo, I only have 15 watching on my channel, and there should be like 15 million watching this, because this is like.
I gotta read this little paragraph. It's from the Hamblin daughters. Okay, their victim statement. So this is alleged. It says Satanism. Witness 3 also gives descriptions of Satanism and satanic behavior. These are consistent with what I've learned from many other whistleblowers. One of the main beliefs and or goals of the church, or the LDS Church of Satan, is that they want to, quote, destroy all that God has made and given to his sons and daughters, unquote. They believe God shirked Satan of his birthright and offered it instead to Satan's younger brother, that's in quotes, Jehovah or Jesus Christ. Younger, you see that? That's where Lucifer is the firstborn. You see what I'm saying? Jehovah or Jesus Christ. From my experience in this group, they want to either destroy other people's lives and or try to bring others' beliefs in line with their own beliefs. Oh yeah. They talk about being in the, quote, kingdom of Satan, unquote, where if they are in the proper bloodlines, if they are in the proper bloodlines that have worshiped Satan, quote, since man was on the earth, unquote, then they will be rulers in his kingdom. They do ceremonies and works for the dead because they want to build up their kingdom as rulers. Some of the doctrines are that they believe Joseph Smith not only restored Jesus Christ Church, but that the restored doctrines from the LDS Church of Satan's. They revere him and actually worship him at times. Redacted had a shrine to him in our home. They often talked about the, quote, patriarchal order, unquote, and how we were from Satan's elect bloodlines. And just so you know, that's the end of that. But Hamblin also claims to be others in past lives, allegedly. And Tim Ballard does too, allegedly. Julie Rowe, allegedly. I mean, go on now. Chad, Lori. I mean, this is a freaking problem. And Jody too. Jody, Gordon Bowen. I could name the whole slew of them.
Yeah.
To me, this.
So here's the thing that for people who are having a hard time following this from A to B to C to D, Lori Vallow Daybell has been convicted of 3 murders in Idaho.
That's ritual.
Her biological child, Tylee, her adopted child, JJ, and her current spouse's former spouse,
her wife-in-law,
Tammy, right?
Yeah, and that's why she called her eternal friend.
Oh my gosh! You know what? I came up with a new phrase for new merch. She's her murder-in-law.
A murder-in-law. Sorry, not trying to laugh, but I mean, come on, y'all. This is heavy shit. And
I gotta laugh at something. Yeah,
keep from crying.
You gotta have some humor.
Murder-in-law, dude. That is so brilliant. MIL.
Tammy was her murderer. Tammy Daybell was her murder-in-law, but she's already convicted of that. And if the state hadn't made a disclosure error, she would be on death row, just like her current husband, Chad
She should be.
Daybell.
She should be. I
She
feel
should
that's
be.
so
Yes.
crazy. That was like a just a procedural slap
Yep.
on the wrist too. And if I was like, wait, how are you punishing? How does that punish the prosecution by letting her free? Like, what? That was the weirdest thing. I feel like I got. You know,
Yeah. A lot
Illuminating
of
Ink
people do.
says,
A
I
lot of
can't
people do.
imagine.
But prisoners have rights, and
Yes,
they do. They do, and we need to respect those. And she has her rights in
but I
Maricopa
love her
County.
too. I do
But
both.
this,
I'm just like they do in their church where they pretend to be good Latter-day Saints and then yet they're, abusing and torturing. So that's what I do. I'm straight down the middle and I can sit there and slice her and dice her and then, pity her all at the same time.
I don't pity her one little bit.
I
Not
do.
at
She's a
all.
very pitiful, and I mean, I feel sorry for them. I do. Like, I feel sorry for them because they're so way back there. They're so far back there but they think they're so smart and so. You know how Lori always looks like she knows something that we don't, and I'm just like, wow. Just I want to grab a mirror and hold it up to
Yeah.
them.
She more acts like she knows something that we don't. It's not that she looks like she does, it's like she acts like she does, because she has
We
those
weren't there.
those
Yeah.
eyebrows on, and she has that
And
like
that
Jolly
nose.
Rancher lipstick.
She looks down her nose at everyone. So she's got her
Yes.
head stuck up in the air, right? That's why they say that. Oh, thank you, the real Huggy Bear. Dear Jesus, I pray for a hedge of protection upon everyone who hears this information. Amen. Right. I mean, because it is
Oh my
heavy.
gosh.
And I mean, this was just a scriptural part, but I mean, he's reading that. And we're putting it to, real time, real crime right now.
I love
Playing out.
hedges of protection, though. I appreciate that so much. I really do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Huggy Bear. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Let's
Okay.
wrap it up so we can close the hedge all the way around this nonsense.
Oh, I wish that their parents would have wrapped it up. We wouldn't be here. Anyways. All right.
Did
wanted to
you
make
really
y'all
go
laugh.
there?
I'm always in the
Did
gutter
you
and the
just-
rabbit holes, y'all. That's what I do. I come out, for 2% and then I go back in 98. So anyways.
You went there.
Yeah. I mean,
I got
can,
you.
yeah.
I got you
I
on
got
a
some more
live.
I'll save for in the future.
All right. That cracked me up, for real.
Mhm.
All right. And thus they might murder, in second paragraph, and plunder and steal.
Yeah.
And they did. That's why there is a Social Security administrator who is on the state's witness list.
I was surprised to see that.
And commit whoredoms. Ooh.
Speaking
Lori
of
committed
whores,
whoredoms. I think Lori may have committed whoredoms.
she
And-
commits whoredom still present.
And all
She's
manner
still
of wickedness contrary to the laws of their country and also to the laws of their God. That
and
is
they're all about the
definitely not.
Constitution, and they're all
Yep.
about this. Look at her, Miss Lawyer, litigator Lori, and yeah, clings to the scriptures, and she
And
justifies by the
whosoever,
scriptures, y'all.
right. Yeah. Well, she cites case laws, but then she doesn't actually cite any argument related to that case law. She doesn't
bring you
say
to it, but
the
yeah.
state of Maryland versus blah blah blah. Then this was argued, and this applies to my case because of this. She just cites the case law, and it's oh, that's good enough. The judge will figure it out. And
Yeah.
he has been very
said
accommodating. Yeah,
She's
he's
like,
been
oh, well, I'm just
accommodating
gonna
of her, but I don't think he will be.
I mean, I really like him. I don't have one ill thing to say. He ain't even bothered me, I can't find nothing, y'all, is what I'm saying. So,
All right. And whosoever of those who belonged to their band, so we're talking about a tight-knit community of people who are taking secret oaths and secret combinations.
let me interject right there and say that the Hamblin daughters alleged that the band that they come from, that they were abused by, allegedly, they like to be they refer to themselves as the LDS Church of Satan, okay, and or the group. Literally, that is in quotes, the group. And I swear to God, that's in Chandler documents. They have the 7 gatherers, and they call them the group. I'm like, for what it's
What do
worth.
you call them?
All kinds of things. We call them circle jerks. We call them Kool-Aid in the gang. We call them idiots. Yeah, child abusers,
Idiots.
murderers.
That's so original. Come on, you could do better.
I mean, well, no, because they're so like bankrupt. They're so morally bankrupt that the only thing I could come up with for Chad forever was nerd. I was like, he is a freaking nerd.
Yeah.
He just wanted
Yeah.
what everybody else
Yep.
had without working for it. He was
Yep,
jealous
I
of
get
like
it
my
too.
uncle, and like ugh. And then her too, Tammy and Charles carried those dead
Yep.
weights. I'm just trying to be nice right now. So
Contrary to the laws of their country and also to the laws of their God. It doesn't say contrary to the laws of God. This is
And
a
the
scripture. This is a
Hamlin-
Mormon scripture.
Oh, yeah, there you go. So I heard something like that earlier too. It always bothers me when they don't capitalize H for him and they don't capitalize God, and I'm just like, I noticed this.
They did here, but they said their God with a capital G. That's
like,
all right.
Wait, so like THEY or THEIR?
Hold on. I'll highlight it. Look at the last right here.
Like ownership, possession. Okay.
Yes.
Well, let me not say possession. Lord.
Contrary to the laws of their country, small c, and also to the laws of their God, big G God.
Mm-hmm.
And whosoever of those who belong to their band should reveal unto the world of their wickedness. So they're admitting that they have this band of people that have taken secret combinations and
in their temples, basically.
And whatever, like,
unless
I gotta see the words. My brain is like shorting out right now. Oaths. They took secret oaths. Secret oaths.
Oath. Covenants.
Yes, secret oaths
the
and
everlasting
covenants.
Covenant is that.
Did I scroll up too far? All right, here we go.
Know.
All right. Page 9. We're on page 9.
Page 9.
They did have their signs, yea, their secret signs, their secret words. They did murder and plunder. And whoever those, okay, here we go. Whoever of those who belong to their band should reveal unto the world their wickedness. So they took secret oaths and covenants that they wouldn't tell people that they were murdering and plundering.
Yeah, we're nothing to see here.
Should be tried. Okay, I'll give this for Lori. Should be tried not according to the laws of their country, but according to the laws of their wickedness.
Oh, okay.
The laws of their wickedness. I would love for her to be tried according to the laws of her wickedness.
Right.
If that was a thing.
Eye for an eye.
Behold, it is these secret oaths and covenants which Alma commanded his son should not go forth unto the world, lest they should be a means of bringing down the people unto destruction. So secret oaths and covenants that lead to murdering and plundering, don't share with the people because it could bring the people into destruction. Oh my gosh. I do not remember this from a high school seminary class. I do not remember this.
But we are also just know, this is kind of I remember it happening to me too. And I was like, why am I seeing all this stuff now? But of course, I'm looking for this stuff. I'm looking through the lens of, I'm not looking at it for spiritual nourishment. I'm sitting there going, I'm reading it like a damn book, like it's just literature. And that's really helped me to like kind of pick up on this, what they're talking here. What are they being told? What are they reading every day? What have they been learning? She's like, I live by the scriptures. She tells Mel to give that. And I mean, I believe it because she justifies murder. Nephi and Laban ending is something that her and Alex, or she's told to Alex right in the days before my uncle was murdered. So I'm told that
Yes.
this will
So
be a Nephi and Laban ending.
So what
Yeah.
happened in the Nephi and Laban story was before they actually went across the ocean in their completely sealed submarines with no oxygen.
That's dangerous. Deadly.
He would. It might be. You might not survive
No
that
brain
journey
cells.
if right. He was commanded to go back to Laban's tent and kill Laban, and he
A
did.
drunk.
So
Yeah.
yeah, yep.
Well, okay, what I noticed in there is whenever you said commanded, okay, anytime I hear that now, my ears perk up because Lori said this in her interview with Colby. She's like, Tylee commanded, or did she say it at her allocution?
Yep.
It's one of those. But she says, Tylee commanded me. And I'm like, that's
Yes.
interesting. Just like her using the scene. I don't know if it was a crime scene because Tom Harrison also talks about scenes changing. Of course, he's astral traveling, and that's what I believe he was meeting with Julie Rowe and Chad Daybell before all these murders took place, by the way. Tom Harrison was meeting with Chad and Julie, who I guess Chad, he's such a nerd, and he looks like somebody that would never be chivalrous, that would never pay for anybody, like I feel like he made Tammy pay for their first date or something. Like that's how crappy he is, he has no couth whatsoever. And so I can't see him like driving all the way down there, to Salt Lake City from Rexburg just to go learn how to portal, and by portal, I mean astral travel. And that's why another reason Lori used to justify my Uncle Charles. She said that Charles was blocking her gifts and she was unable to astral project. Okay. So, and Melanie Pulaski also believed in this astral travel. So does Mike Stroud. They all do. Harrison. I've read his book. Go ahead.
Jason Mao, do you think he does?
I haven't read his stuff to like pinpoint him for sure, but I am
fascinated with that dude, and the only reason that I am fascinated with him is because I think that there seriously was a jealousy thing between Lori and Melanie Gibb.
So April Raymond, she's the friend of Lori's and Charles's in Hawaii. Okay. And she noticed, now this was something we didn't really speak about in the beginning because just like we don't speak about really my uncle being ambidextrous. So he was a baseball player, but
I'd give my right arm to be ambidextrous.
And he was a pitcher, he was a pitcher. So yeah. And so the swinging of the bat, but then again, there's none. Now they did take DNA on the bat and they took the latent prints off, and they were inconclusive for Charles. Now it appears that they did not.
If you're gonna talk about that, we need to have a picture. Like while you're talking about it, I'm gonna have to go back and look at my playlist and get a picture of the back of Alex's head that was supposedly struck by the bat. Do you have one of those? Do you have one handy?
You just have to be patient with me and let me find it.
Yes, because that is freaking ridiculous. Like, okay, so I'm going to talk while she's looking. Mm-hmm. This is what the murder charge or the conspiracy to commit murder charge is based around right now, July 11th, 2019. I'm going to talk more, though. Give me a little more time to talk.
Hurry up. I'm just kidding. It was the first picture, too. You see none but his cut.
All right. So Lori and JJ and Tylee are living in a house in Chandler. Mm-hmm. And Charles Vallow says, I'm going to come. It's Chandler, right?
Yeah, she did not. And they made note about it in the Chandler docs. The police and the investigators made note that Lori knew that why Adam and Charles were coming in. She found out because I don't know how, I forget how, but not to mention, Adam does contact his mother to pick him up from the airport. Okay. I'm just saying.
Right, but
And
Charles shows up at the house that he's actually paying rent on for Lori and the
$4,500 a month.
kids.
Yes.
Yes.
4,500
Yeah.
a month. Yep. She was there 3 weeks.
And he says, I'm going to take JJ to school. So he shows
Yeah.
up a little bit like 7:15, 7:30, somewhere in there.
7:37 is when he got there.
Yeah.
Lori
Right.
left at 7:49. There was a text message between from Lori to Alex at 7:52 a.m. Okay. And then at 8:06 a.m. And then Alex waited 43 minutes to call 911. He also pretended to do CPR.
And when he called 911, he said, I shot my brother-in-law in self-defense. He said that on the 911 call.
No mystery here.
Right. But
Yeah.
his self-defense claim is that his brother-in-law, Charles Vallow, swung a bat and hit him in the back of the head after knowing that Charles Vallow is a former minor league baseball player. Like, do you believe this is, come on, bring up the picture. Just show the picture. Like, we don't have to go through all the videos. I have the videos.
Okay.
We don't have to go through all of them, but we do need to see that.
Hold on. I'm going to switch it over to you, and then I'm going to look this other thing up because I'm going to show you something while you look at this first picture. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Let me find it. There it is.
All right.
Okay. Well, let me open it. I got to switch windows, I think. No. See, look, I'm sorry. That was me. Sorry. This is what I did. Okay. Oh, god dang. Let's back that down a little bit. He's really bald.
Okay, all right. I got to take off this first, remove that, and then add that.
Okay. So hold that for, okay. Yeah. Thanks.
That's Charles Vallow's bat strike on the back of Alex's head that he thought was enough for him to shoot somebody to death to defend himself.
Yeah. After saying, time out, Charles, while you're raging, let me walk over to this room that I'm staying in just for tonight. My sister just gave me this address and everything, And so he goes to the room. Charles freezes, I guess. He's just sitting there. He's not moving, like statue. And then Alex comes back and they're like, game on. And then he shoots him. And one time in the, while he's standing up, and the other one, it's shored. It's a shored wound. So Charles is either kneeling, begging for his life, maybe. I know it's hard. I know. That's one of the theories, or Alex shot him while he was on the ground the second time. And then, Chad's snide ass remarks to Lori saying about the life insurance policy, about it going to my mom, Kay. And then he's like, oh, it's just the Gaddy and Roberts, one more step to bringing them down. And he's like, I wonder if Ned changed it after he had 2 bullets in his chest, and I'm like, I want to cold cock him. I swear to God, that kind of shit, like the extra
so do you
stuff.
Think, do you think if you were a minor league baseball player, a former minor league baseball player, granted, and he was left-handed and I'm left-handed, but I bat right-handed, so it honestly doesn't matter what side you hold the bat on. If somebody came at you and you had a bat in your hand, would they be standing after you swung the bat and hit them in the back of the head, and then they get up, or they don't even get up if they didn't hit the ground, go to their room and get a gun and come back? Like, now,
I mean, if Charles's prints would have even been found on the bat, it would be more believable. But I feel like he didn't have a chance at all. I feel like that is maybe a made up story. Could be. I mean, the placement of the bat.
It's not made up to me. I'm sorry.
No,
sorry.
Not that part, but the alibi. I don't know. I mean, but I trust Tylee. I believe her.
Yes,
so,
right.
So I'm gonna say.
So Charles took the bat out of her hand.
Lori's holding Charles's phone away from him, like like keep away or something.
Yes.
Now, I did notice that Detective Ariel Werther, who is also scheduled to testify for the state, he testified in Idaho's, and he's so easy to follow. Like he's very detailed with his step by step, with his investigation. And he goes and he follows where the car left with Charles's phone. Charles had his GPS turned on, all his location services. Amen. And so I mean, this guy recounts it. The investigator recounts it so well. I'm like, oh my God, I wonder if they can, I mean, if you have that health app turned on and it was an iPhone, if you have that turned on, it tells you how many steps, how much of an incline you climb that day. If you go 5 paces to the left and 5 paces to the right, it documents that pretty accurately, in my opinion. Like I'm not a professional, but I'm just saying, I wonder if like how that went down in the Murdaugh case, Maggie's phone and all that, just the steps when she opened it and closed it, but they also, Lori knew his PIN code because, I mean, he trusts her, right? Maybe not
Yeah.
so much then, but, I mean, and he does
so
that.
this is what we should understand right now while we're looking through this is part of the drama that's going to play out in court. Like,
Yeah.
and
it looks like to me like he took a knife and just cut it,
No,
pretty numb.
I think that's blunt force injury, but I don't think that's a baseball bat from a minor league baseball player. I don't.
Well, I mean, I even thought about how I would not fault my uncle if he freaking did it. I mean, I said that a long time ago, like I don't blame him for fighting for his life.
Right. No, that's actually a really good
Even if
argument.
he
So
did,
say he does
like,
hit him in the back of the head and
okay.
he goes back to his bedroom. There is literally a police officer on body worn cam that says, "Why didn't you just stay in your room and call 911?"
And he's not the only one that asked him that. He said he just didn't think about it. And it's not even his room. He lives 17 minutes away. It's just okay. So while y'all look at that, let me go pull Debbie's report up from another side of this Chandler dog as soon as I find it.
We got
Allegedly.
lots of evidence in this case, and we're going to see it in trial, I hope. And it's just like, I don't know what Lori's argument is going to be, except that I think in the end, maybe she throws Alex under the bus. Do you think maybe she throws Alex under the bus?
She hasn't yet. She hasn't yet. And I know that burns my ass because she's sitting there doing it to her baby girl. Okay. Her victim, one of them, but her own blood, like her baby girl. And yet, I mean, here's your chance. He is, whether he exited on purpose, I'm talking about Alex, or if y'all had him exited, or if it was just natural damn causes from being so damn wicked, then why would you not take the opportunity to exploit him all the way, just like you do everybody else? It just doesn't track for me at all. At all. I don't understand the logic, which I know that is an oxymoron.
Yeah, that's the theme. No, that's the theme of the cases.
There you go.
Make it make sense.
Yeah. All right. I'm looking. Okay, I gotta open another Dropbox. I'm like back here, handicap. But okay, so let's say that the bat wasn't, how you can be really too close to somebody and still maybe strike,
Right.
but
Yeah, if you can't get a full swing. Yeah, I get it. Yep.
So there's that aspect, that I thought of.
That's it.
Okay.
That's arguable. I don't necessarily believe it, but it's arguable by a defense attorney. Oh wait,
All
who's the defense attorney here? Is she going to think of that?
Boom.
All right.
Oh yeah, I don't know. She's such a fool. Anyways, this is it showing over there?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, cool. All right. So this is from the Chandler police document, and this is page 405. Anyway, so this is Debbie. This is Alex's first wife. You're going to get a good taste for it right here in the beginning.
So explain who. Hold on. Explain who Alex is real quick.
Alex is Lori's brother, Alex Cox. Her protector, also Tylee and JJ's uncle. He was at the house where Charles was murdered. He actually pulled, the trigger twice, shot him twice in quote unquote self-defense. He claimed self-defense. Although Lori had already left with the kids in Charles's rental car, so he had no way to escape, even if he was able to run out of there. Charles would have had no rental car, there's that aspect too. But anyways, yeah, he is the hitman, basically. Alex passed away December 12th, 2019.
From
5 months after
supposedly
shooting Charles, pulmonary embolisms. Yeah.
I have
And
his
he
tox
died
report.
on the toilet.
Supposedly that was unsuspicious. Supposedly,
everybody. I'm like, if you believe that Alex Cox did not die of natural causes, then you are a conspiracy theorist because they're like, he did. Here we are doubting it and stuff. Anyways, okay. So this again she's going to say it right here in this first part. So she was married to Alex. She called the police because she heard news about all this going down. Let's read it. So September 15th, 2020, Daniel Coons, he's going to be testifying. He's retired now. On September 15th, 2020, I received a message from a person who identified herself as Debbie Blank. She indicated she had information regarding the Vallow investigation. I asked Debbie to tell me about the information she had. She told me that she was married to Alex several years prior. The marriage lasted for only about a year, but they did stay in contact over the years. Debbie said she last talked with Alex after he was released from jail for the assault on Joe Ryan. Okay. Alex had told Debbie that he was still mad at Joseph because of the things involving Lori. Alex related that these things involved custody issues and potential sex abuse with the children, Tylee and Colby. Debbie said she would ask questions to Alex in order to get more information. Alex would then minimize the topic by indicating they were just focused on getting custody of the children. Debbie was concerned that the abuse had actually taken place. Alex had indicated to Debbie that he wanted to bait Joseph into a fight so he could kill him in self-defense. I mean, that's pretty big right there. But that's pretty fucking telling. So this is already his victim, but he's saying Debbie was concerned that the abuse. Okay, Alex had indicated to Debbie that he wanted to bait Joseph. So this is Lori's ex-husband. This is Tylee's dad, who did end up dead. Okay, and so just that whole scenario right there, he wanted to bait an ex-husband, okay, because he's protecting his sister, quote unquote, protector, but he wanted to bait him just like he did with Charles, is what I'm saying.
Just for the record, Joe Ryan was
her third husband, Tylee's
right. But he was found twice not to have necessarily, according to law enforcement, been the subject of foul play.
Right. Yeah, I know. Twice.
Yeah.
So, and that baffles me too, because I'm thinking, let's just follow me on this real quick. My grandmother, my nanny is what we called her, my mom's mom, Charles's mom. Okay. My mom and Charles are brother and sister. And my grandmother died March 17th, 2018. I'm just saying, if there ever was a window of opportunity, it was March 17th, the weekend that the time that my uncle came in to attend my grandmother, his mother's funeral in Lake Charles, Louisiana. He left there, he left Lori back there in Arizona. And Joe Ryan was found in an advanced decomposed state April 3rd. And I mean, it just, I don't know, just the window of time right there is just so. And then you look at the evidence that Annie has gotten. of the apartment and how Joe was living. And there were like 2 glasses. There was hair dye. Lori was a hair colorist. She loved to color hair, y'all. It's just interesting to me. And then like the fact that she was the beneficiary of, for Tylee, supposedly, right? She ended up swiping the rest of that too, though. But of Joe's death, so Joe died. There was a substantial amount of money to go to.
Wasn't he
Tylee.
decomposed? Or, I mean, wasn't he decomposed? Wasn't he cremated also?
Yes, but I mean, that's because they couldn't get a hold of any family, I believe. I believe. Don't hold me to this, but, so, I mean, he had no family to claim him or whatever. So it's like, that's what they do. It wasn't, if it was the police that did it or the medical examiner,
Right.
whoever
So it
handles
wasn't
that.
so it wasn't her decision.
Yeah, it wasn't like Janice and Summer. Yeah. And that is strange though, and very telling, because Janice did say, this is their mother, Janice Cox. She said something along the lines of, and we're just going to have a small ceremony for all those who don't believe that Alex is a murderer. And we're like, oh yeah, it's going to be small because everybody thinks he is a murderer. Okay. Is basically what we're saying there. It was just one of those weird combos or statements. And so it says, let's see. That's just as alarming to me. Alex had indicated to Debbie that he wanted to bait Joseph into a fight so that he could kill him in self-defense. So this sounds like Alex's MO, in my opinion. Just like he did with the, surprise attack with the stun gun to Joe Ryan. It was said in a joking way, but seemed weird to Debbie. As a result of this conversation, she never talked with Alex again. And so I asked Debbie how long after he was released that the talk had occurred. She believed it was about 2 or 3 months later. So I asked if any details of the event had been discussed. Debbie said that some details were given. Alex had stated that he had used a taser in the event. Joseph had apparently been making, and this is also another parallel, custody exchange. And if you think about when Brandon was shot at, he had just had a custody exchange with Melanie. This was a custody exchange with Joe Ryan. This was a custody exchange with Charles. Do you see the patterns of behavior here? Themes, like you said. Okay, so Joseph had apparently been making it difficult for Lori to get full custody of the children. Alex also claimed it was done as punishment for what Joseph had done sexually to the children, and that Joseph deserved to die for it. And you can go look right now on YouTube. You can go Google Alex Cox's. He was a half-ass comedian. He dabbled in it, and so he's a comedian. He's up on the stage, and he is saying that he talks about this event with the taser gun, and he laughs about it. He's like, I thought I was going to get a parade or whatever. He's like, instead they put me in prison with some. I met Jesus, but it was Jesus. I mean, he just is really, again, gloating about it in plain sight. It obviously does bother him because, I mean, he's out of jail, out of prison or whatever. It was like a little chinky sentence, I mean, 3 months, I think, total, in Texas. So he shouldn't have been having, but he had a concealed carry permit too. And so that carries over into Charles's crimes, shooting Charles and then buying how many guns? 43 guns, going to the shooting range, practicing, sighting a scope, I'm sure, putting silencers on guns. He was making baffles. I mean, he had, like, I remember seeing the ghillie suits, y'all. I mean, it's crazy. It's just batshit crazy. The Tyvek suits really creep me out though. Okay, so he said it in a passive aggressive way, right? Joking. And then, okay, let me get back down there. It says, okay, it was done for punishment for what Joseph had done. He deserved to die, right? So when questioned about the certainty of the sexual abuse claim, there was no indication that the children had ever been examined as part of proof. I asked if Alex had said he was trying to kill Joseph. Debbie took it as more of wanting to hurt Joseph, but did make that comment that Joseph deserved to die. Prior to Alex contacting Debbie, she had, oh my gosh, my screen's too big. She had never heard about the attacks on Joseph. Does that make sense? Prior to Alex, okay, so she hadn't heard about it prior to that. He's the one that told her. Their last contact before this conversation had been a year prior. Debbie just felt that Alex had decided to stop communicating with her. What? So he stopped communicating with her? I thought she said she didn't talk to him after this. As a result of the conversation, she never talked with Alex again. So it sounded like she stopped talking to him, but anyways. Okay, I see why.
Well,
read the next sentence, Kresha.
Yeah, maybe he stopped talking to her because he was in jail and he couldn't talk to her.
That's it.
She's
Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, y'all. Okay. So yeah, Debbie said that they had been married in 1992 and divorced in 93. Debbie did not know the family for Alex before they were married. Debbie saw a lot of crazy family dynamics with the family for Alex. Debbie said these things caused several issues between her and Alex and made her afraid of the family. I asked Debbie to explain. Oh, and did she? I like Debbie. She said there were a lot of inappropriate sexual touching in the family. Debbie focused mostly on the touching that had happened between Alex and Lori. Debbie said they simulated sex acts. One example was Alex would pick up Lori and she would wrap her legs around his waist. Alex would bounce Lori up and down on himself. Both would then moan and simulate sex acts. This was done in front of Debbie and the family for Lori and Alex.
If I had a baseball bat and I were her husband, he probably would have a crack in the back of his skull. Just
peanut butter and a baseball bat, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, yeah, and I mean, this corroborates what Megan, with
yes,
Janice
that is what she told me when she came on live with me. Yes, yep.
And I mean, again, I feel like there's SRA running all through this family, okay, with Stacy and out this protector shit. But then again, I follow this other survivor of ritual abuse. I mean, so again, I believe people until they give me a reason not to, like I just I'm never going to like silence somebody who's claiming abuse happened to them. Just like with Colby and Joe. Joe's not here. And so I believe Colby and I believe Joe. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not the judge. So I don't have to sit here and I don't have to do all that. That's what God's for. Like I just want to, he's not here to defend himself. So let's just let that be, if people always want proof of sex abuse, I mean, what do you want? It don't come with receipts normally. I'm just saying, I believe victims. I want to, I like to, but I want to be believed whenever, if ever, and whenever, something happens to me, you know what I'm saying? Or my children or anyways. Now again, it also is par for the course with Lori and her character assassination. Okay. She is going to ruin her exes. Obviously, you notice Joe and Charles are the only ones for sure out of the victims that don't go and visit her. Okay. But Tammy and the kids do. So she even ices them out in afterlife. I just observation. Okay. But then yet there's Lori saying, my husband's phone, and I'm just, oh my God. I wanted to cold cock her. Okay. Yeah. So he'd bounce her up and down. Debbie said there was never any shame noticed with any of this. Debbie said that she had brothers and this behavior never something that would be done or tolerated. Debbie told me that the mother and father to Alex and Lori would constantly talk about their sex life in front of everybody. It appeared like it was a game for everybody, which, and again,
wait. Their mother would talk about their sex life in front of everybody.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like a game. That's the interesting part. And that aspect right there, it's like it's a game for everybody. In the LDS Church of Satan, they talk about these games they call games, and they're like, this is called opposite game. This is called, they do all kinds of stuff like that, where they can do inappropriate touching, but yet, it's just family playtime.
Mm.
But it's abuse. Okay. It's
Mm-mm.
straight up abuse.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I'm just
damn.
saying,
All
birds
right.
of a feather flock together is my thing. Okay. And so these generational families, they run deep, it runs deep. And the
So,
abuse is
okay.
usually methodical and go ahead.
Yeah. So let's make a longer extension to JJ and or Tylee and the way
Mhm.
that they were unalived and
JJ had a
potentially ritualistically
I'll
unalived.
believe it. Oh, 100%. I mean, different dates. Lori, I mean, yes, for sure. I can prove ritual abuse in both cases. Both of their murders. I mean, just the symbolic way they were. I mean, just the way that Lori justifies everything to the scriptures, and Chad was turning the pain up on the kids. The cord, their spiritual cord. He was trying to push people out of their body via trauma. To get their souls to leave a little easier, so that I believe, so that the demon or the evil spirit could take over. And I can tell you why. I just can't point it out right this second, because I'd have to find it in this Visions of Glory. I mean, it's like Tom Harrison's explaining it in Visions of Glory, and Chad and Lori are doing it. Okay, straight up. Chad even
All right.
said
So I'm going to do a series on Visions of
yeah.
Glory.
Oh my God.
And
Your body's going to reject it. Mine did. Mine does. It does,
like,
Joe. I'm not even playing. It's so, but well, then I won't say what I think about it then, because
no, say what you think about it so I can have a starting point. I need like a starting point about Visions of Glory. So this is the book that Lori had like highlighted and dog-eared when she
No,
went
that's not
to.
it. That's not it. It was on the nightstand where my uncle was murdered in Chandler. It was on Lori's nightstand. She was the only one in the house that had furniture. Other than that, it looked just like Ruby Frankie's son's house.
What?
Chad, there were no beds for the kids. There were just mattresses on the floor. When in Rexburg, there was a literal pallet in the corner of Lori's room where JJ would sleep on the floor. So again, that's kind of correlates with.
What was the Chad Daybell Doomsday Mom book that she was following then? What was that?
What? Chad Daybell Doomsday.
Yeah, she's called the
Like Keys
Doomsday.
to Paradise. Oh, they call her
Yes.
Doomsday Mom because they call them Doomsday Preppers.
Okay.
Why? I don't. I mean, I see the correlation.
So
but
was
also,
it one of his books? So was it one of Chad's books that she was like following like dogmatically?
No, it was Visions of Glory. They were both following, and not only were they following and citing, like the jail call between Lori and Chad the day before Tylee and JJ were unearthed from his backyard. Ray Hermosillo entered this into, well, Lindsay did, but they entered this into trial for Chad, and they claimed, the state claimed or whatever, that this was some kind of code talk between Lori and Chad. And it is. All their shit is code talk, okay? So right out the gate, Rob Wood that published it, but Rob Wood plays a little snippet to where Ray Hermosillo can identify it and say, yeah, that's it, And so right when he starts playing the very first part of that jail call between those two a-holes, Lori is reading out of Visions of Glory. She's like reading it. Okay, it's called I want to say Pillars of Light, or so I forget which part, but I want to say chapter 11. Anyways, but then they also talk another code and everything else. But okay, so the book was on her person, or on property where my uncle was murdered. It was on the nightstand. And then again, it was on her person whenever they were served in Kauai to produce the children within 5 days in Idaho.
Visions of
It was right
Glory
there.
was?
Yeah, poolside. Absolutely. I'll pull that up real quick. I mean,
You
yeah.
don't have to prove it to me. I'm just clarifying.
I mean, I'm just visual. I'm sorry. That's me and my little visual rants, but I mean, but okay, so it was under her leg. It was right under her leg. She's sitting, her and Chad are poolside, his shirt's off. They are just living La Vida Loco. Okay.
So she's wearing a bikini and she has visions of glory under her leg on the pool chair.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Yeah. I did not know
this is
that.
In January, I think, of January or February. Here, I got it pulled up because I'm a nerd. Let's see. Let me get back over there. Let me get over here. And that's not the good one. Let's see. Hold on. Let me go to videos and let me go here. Here we go.
The prosecution and defense have rested in the trial of Lori Daybell, the so-called doomsday mom accused of murdering her 2 children. Jurors were shown this video of Daybell being served with court papers in connection with the children's disappearance. Poolside and in a bikini, she seemed remarkably unconcerned.
It's new video of doomsday mom Lori Daybell as cops serve her with a subpoena to produce her 2 missing kids.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
She's in a bikini. She seems relaxed as can be as detectives find her poolside in Hawaii with her husband of 3 months.
So that's visions of glory under her leg. Oh my
Right
word. Oh my word.
She had
that
word there. She cites it, whenever they talk in the jail call on June 8th, 2020. She also, listen to this. Hold on, I'm not done. Whenever the cops sees that, when Nate actually, wait, hold on. Let me get this. Actually, right before her arrest and when she was arrested.
Okay, wait. Hold on. Chad is such a hunk. How does not every woman on the planet lust after him?
You need to go on the Lily Plan diet because that's what they discussed in text messages after Tammy died. That's what they call it, the Lily Plan diet. Lily Diet Plan or whatever the hell. And so, yeah, she was all into fitness and he's just all into fitness anyways. Okay. All right. So, yeah. Okay, so they found it's right here. This is twice now we have it. Okay, then whenever she's arrested, a Kauai officer testifies to the fact that she had it in her backpack along with like $5,000 or so in cash. Okay, then okay, I'm trying to think. We just right now the latest copy that she bought that I know of is when she was extradited from Idaho down to Estrella jail, or is that how you say it? Estrella.
Estrella.
I thought so. All right, thank you. Estrella. She ordered her a copy along with 2 other books. That one was about witchcraft, and the other one was about. It's actually one of Chad Daybell's authors, Paul Rand, I think his name was, or Rand Paul. And it was about the lion and the something. I don't know. I don't remember. The Lion and the Lamb, maybe. And so I haven't looked that one up yet, except the fact,
Lion, the Witch, and the Death Penalty.
Yeah, that's it. How'd you know? How did you know? So yeah, I mean, they're just living La Vida Loco. You need something from me? She's just chilling. You can hear the pool.
Hawaiian vacation in 2020 as mystery swirl.
I know I didn't pick a good video, but I mean, it's disgusting. Her kids are dead in his backyard. I mean, he looks like, he's going to act interested in just a second. That's the kicker. I'm just like, why are you leaning over like you're interested in knowing what the hell she just got served with? His missionary is kicking in my opinion.
She's not doing anything to look for her children. In fact, she's laying by the pool.
Prosecutors say she believed the kids were controlled by evil spirits. In the video.
And if we're to really read into that a little bit, Um, oh shit, I already forgot. This happens. Um, oh, the poolside thing, because there was a pool party after Charles was murdered, and then here we go with a pool party after Tammy, JJ, and Tylee. Just saying. Not a party.
She's reading a book about near-death experiences called Visions of Glory.
Bam,
The
calling
defense
it
in
out.
Lori Daybell's trial rested yesterday without calling a single witness, telling the judge the prosecution has not proven its case.
It is a little surprising after 6 weeks of testimony from prosecutors, the defense had nothing to put forth for this jury, and Lori decided not to take the stand.
Closing arguments are expected tomorrow.
How many of y'all think she is going to testify in this one?
She only wanted to testify like when it wouldn't hurt her.
Right. I think I don't know. She's so gonna fade away, and I can't wait for that to just deprave the ego of the narcissist and just smother it out. You know, because I mean, she's been relevant for
so
6
this
years.
is but so this is her last hurrah though. Like this is the last chance that she will have.
And
so
Brandon's
yes, exactly. So will it be this case, or will it be Brandon's that she decides to testify on her behalf? It'll be one or the other. It will be.
Yeah, love always in Last Star. The Church of the Firstborn is a concept within the Latter-day Saint faith, specifically referring to the celestial kingdom. That's why I say the celestial champagne room, because you're exalted in there. They're popping champagne bottles, and you know they have bottle service. Hey Megan, hey girl. But yeah, it's referring to the
Megan's
celestial
in here.
kingdom.
Megan, hey, what up, girl? Welcome in. We have been extrapolating extensively on this.
Yeah, we both like to analyze, don't we?
Yes, right. The Glenn Pace memo has been extended like extensively.
Two wrongs do make a right. You know, no, I'm just kidding. Not really making sense, but there are so many parallels, correlations, in my opinion, between Bishop Glenn Pace's memo that was written in 1989 and 1990. That, I mean, it to me just, and I mean, trigger warning, you know, the white bag, or just a bag being found over JJ's head. I mean, I don't know if they were torturing. You know, I don't know. We don't know this about Tylee either. We don't know because we were not there. Lori was there. She is so proud to shout that from the rooftops, okay? And she can't wait till we can all stand there with her and Jesus, okay? So she can say, I'm not going to say I told you so. I'm just going to say that I love you. And that is what we're dealing with, okay? And so this is her grandstand. This is her. She went from a band to, I mean, all she has is the rubber band around her left ring finger to represent her and Chad's love. You know, it's disgusting, and they deserve one another in this life and every other life. If that's how she's going to be, what happened? Where did he go? Oh,
I disappeared.
Oh, I'm like, did it end? Okay, I was like, whoa, there was a cutoff time. Okay, got sucked out, huh? The portal. Got you. Oh my gosh. But anyways, she's a trip, y'all. And I don't know. The track record for her is to assassinate the character. And that's what I feel like she's going to do. Just like she did with Joe. Just like she tried to do with the prosecutor. Okay. I mean, going like personal, like it's so trashy. That's the best word I have for it, is trashy. Saying that she was a live-in of Juan Martinez or whatever. Like, how is that relevant? Okay, leave your little prison goss over there in the cell, girl. Anyways, but she is a hairdresser. Maybe she gossiped during her hairdressing. I don't know. Hooker, THX, 1138. Thank you.
Well, I thought it was relevant when I had a conversation with Megan, and she said that when she was the hairdresser for you, like you were the most important person in her world at that time. Like for
That's
that,
yes. Me too, Megan. Like I've said that before every time I've explained her. Like I felt like she was so engaged. It's like nobody else nobody else existed, and she was so interested in hanging on to every word and repeat, even when some people aren't paying attention, they can't really recall what you just said. And I mean, it didn't really have to do with my hair, but I do remember the hair part too. I remember still I'm a N6. I'm a neutral 6. Okay. I remember the Aveda products. Okay. That too. But I mean, yes, she was that's what I'm saying. It was so hard to see, if at all. I mean, I wasn't around her that often. Like Megan grew up with her. That's her first cousin. So I mean, that's I have a lot of time and memories with my first cousins, but
And
still. Go ahead.
when you have somebody that just pays you that much attention, then you just have a hard time believing anything negative about that person.
I mean, yeah, and I wasn't around her that much. The only thing that I guess I did not like at all was the fact that JJ was being adopted. But even when they came in and did when they adopted him and they actually came to town and they left with him, on their way out, they stopped by my office. It was a February day. It was cold. And I was working at the damn sheriff's office, actually. I'm sorry, the Lake Charles City office, city police. And I was a deputized clerk. So that's weird. But so they stopped by on their way out, and at least I got to just kind of say my goodbyes or whatever to him for that time, because at that point in time, Mom and Larry maintained their relationship, but it really made everything confusing for the rest of us, or I'm gonna say for me, because like I was his aunt, and then now what I am, do I want to interfere? How does this work? And I never I would get
So
on
how
airplanes.
did that work when you said goodbye? Like, what's the timeline of when you said goodbye to when he actually said goodbye to everybody? When he
What's the
was taken
timeline? I
from
mean,
this earth?
but they got him before he was actually legally adopted, like they
Right,
took
but I'm
custody.
talking about when you said goodbye, like the story you were just telling about when you said goodbye to him.
Just because that was Canaan. He was born Canaan. JJ was born Canaan Todd Trahan. He was born to my brother and his long-term girlfriend, and they were just toxic for each other because, they both had addiction problems, but they were good people separate, but just put them together. And the best thing that came out of that was JJ. And I remember that my brother was actually incarcerated whenever this adoption took place. And I just felt so bad for my brother in that sense. I know that I had to like come to terms with being selfish or selfless. What's best for the baby? Is he going to have a better life there? Would my brother be able to, what I'm saying? Like, would my brother, because it was old charges that my brother had gotten arrested on. So it wasn't like anything that he was doing wrong or whatever in the moment. And it slipped away from him so fast. And it was so hard to see that, because that's his son. That's his only child still. And anyways, that's just me and my little thoughts. But I thought whenever, my mom had approached me about JJ being adopted, I was so mad. I was like, Mom, I'll pitch in. We can all come together basically, and we can all help, because my mom and dad were married basically to their transportation company, that they were married to their phones and to, traveling to go and transport offshore crewmen. So that's a 24 hours a day, 365. It's all year long. And I mean, it's provided for a lot of us, you know. I've worked for them. And anyways, but so they were really occupied at that time and busy with their business and, you know, just being grandparents, or, you know. And so the fact that
Okay,
JJ
so
even made it, you know, he made it, and he
yeah,
had wires when he was born. Like, I did not think he was going to make it. And that kid, like, he freaking,
that video of him on the charter bus was like heartbreaking for me. Like it literally was. But tell me what your brother's name, what JJ's dad's name is.
Dennis Todd Trahan. My brother's
Dennis,
also incarcerated. Yeah.
that's okay. I send him blessings and good vibes.
He appreciates it. He's going to be out in May, I believe. It's hard because you have Lori, who did what she did. She's in prison. Then there's my brother who, you know, I mean, because of his choices, this is what happened. You know what I'm saying? It's like I watched my brother lose his son twice.
Oh my
Once,
gosh.
when he changed from Kanan Todd Trahan to custody over to Lori and Charles, he became Joshua Jackson Bello, and he thrived there. And I really am so grateful for Tylee. You know, like, I wish I would have known. I wish I would have not been scared to fly. You know, I was so scared to fly. I would not go anywhere. And especially if they lived in Arizona.
So was Tylee like his big sister, his protector?
Tylee reminds me of how I was with my brother. I was 8 years old, or almost 8 years old, when Todd was born. So whenever Todd came home, you know, that was like, it's like God gave me my own little baby doll, and I wasn't alone anymore. I was an only child. And, I mean, I entertained him. Cardboard boxes, you know, I'd put him inside of it. I dressed him up in tutus and bonnets. That might be why he's in prison. I'm kidding. But I mean, we latched on to one another, and, you know, I mean, my parents went through a divorce when I was 11, and that was really hard for me, for sure. And so we clung on to one another, just like it looks like Tylee and JJ clung on to each other too. So it's so hard to not see me and my brother in their relationship. And I'm grateful. I'm so grateful that they had one another in this life, you know, that they had each other to comfort and to help them with their wounds, you know, the emotional
Amen.
ones, for sure.
Amen.
People like
100%.
to I say dumb down, because that's not a very good word, but people like to discount JJ. He was intelligent. He was empathetic. I mean, he really was. He was just a ball of energy, but he was also loving, and he was calm too, you know? I mean, perhaps it was the mother, you know, and the situation and how it was volatile and chaotic. And when you have autism, or you're on the spectrum, or ADHD, I mean, I can attest to that. I crave structure. I need it. I thrive, you know, I do better with structure. I just don't know how to provide it. But you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's what he thrived on. And I believe that's what Tylee, being a teenage girl, a young lady, you know, coming into her own. I mean, they need that. That's what the mother and the father are supposed to be. That's what they're supposed to do. You're supposed to provide that for them, and not put them in these harmful predicaments more than I don't know how many times, you know?
How many times did we hear about Lori bitching about her conflict with JJ and or Tylee? Like, she had conflict
So
with
many.
both of them all the
Mhm.
time.
Yeah,
And she
there's a
bitched
statement.
about it all the time.
Yeah. There's a statement that Lori, when she's talking to the Chandler detective, you know, in the soft room, And she's talking about how Charles won't lash out or whatever at JJ, but he will at Tylee. You know, she's doing the playing them against one another, and they're just kids. They're not even there, you know. But that's what Lori does, I think, and that's what she did. I wasn't there to see this per se, but this is her flavor, you know, is to pit everyone against one another. And it reminds me of whenever my Uncle Charles came in without Lori, and this was in 2018 with JJ, and we went to my grandmother's house. So it was my grandmother, my Mama Trahan. She got to see JJ for the first time, and that's her great grandson. Okay, so that's Todd's grandmother's, you know, and there's his baby. But JJ was about 5, maybe 5 or 6, almost 6. And so I got to see my brother meet his son, you know, for the first time since he was a baby. And that was so cool. Just to see, like, Todd just like locked eyes with him, and JJ, his mannerisms are so much like his dad and his mom too. He's a good mixture of his mom and his dad, of Todd and Mandy. And, you know, there's Uncle Charles, right there, you know, not he that was his idea, you know, to go let JJ meet his great grandmother that he had never met. And I mean, it was just a beautiful day. You know, it was a beautiful memory. There's also this little story too. So at that same time, around that same time, when Charles was in with JJ, they were at my mom's house, I guess, after that meeting at my grandmother's. And so mom has this long table, right? And so Todd's sitting at one end and JJ was sat at the other. And JJ has 2 red Solo cups. One of the Solo cups has Kool-Aid. The other had chocolate milk. And he had one straw going in one side and one straw going in the other. And he looked at Todd and he was like, Todd, where's your family? You know, JJ asked that. And so I don't know what he said, but I don't remember. But I mean, just soaking that in, you know, and just being like, you're right here. You know, you're my son. And JJ's looking right at him, you know, like it's just right before the last thing that my Uncle Charles actually said to me was, he said, and I mean, this is all this stuff going on with Charles, knowing all that, you know, he's like, Kresha, how do we get to Todd? And I mean, I just kind of, my shoulders dropped and I was like, I don't know. I don't know. You know, I mean, we can't force him. You can't make somebody be better or want to get better. You cannot do an intervention on them and expect them not to, you know, act like a cat on a tin roof, basically. I think that, and so Charles was doing this with Lori, it turns out, you know, with the religious stuff, with her mental health. And, you know, that's why Charles and Adam went to town. That's how, you know, how we're right here right now talking. It led to my uncle's demise. But the same thing with Todd. They have to be ready and welcome that. And it took me quite a few weeks after about a week after Uncle Charles died. And I kind of like, nobody had told my brother yet that this happened with Uncle Charles yet. You know, because I mean, you never know. I mean, like, I didn't want to tell him. And like, my worst fear was that he would just drive the hell over there and just, you know, revenge on Lori and whomever, her brother. And so, you know, anyways, again, that's just not thinking things through all the way.
All right. Tell me again, one more time. What was the last thing that your Uncle Charles said to you?
Kresha, how do we get to Todd? Because Todd was still addicted and, you know, going through he wasn't ready yet. But through this experience, I've watched my brother come into his own, and he doesn't sound like he used to. He's more, he has a purpose now. And I think he did before, but this, just like it gave me purpose, you know, it's like it just prioritized everything It's like everything just prioritized on its own for once.
Uh,
I'm not an organized person. And so everything just family is important. You do whatever for your family. Before that, I was just like, whatever, I'm just a black sheep, I'm just living my best life.
just a
And then
wild, you're a wild
yeah,
child, right?
I mean, just kind of always marched to my own, beat. And still do, but it's just I've never been so invested and so driven, which I do see a lot in my mom. My mom tends to be driven, and I believe she's the first person. Her and Larry are the first people to hold Lori accountable. So it's not just that that mom got the insurance money. I think it's just that, oh God, Kay brought all this on me because Lori's the victim, right? Lori's the victim in this situation.
Always, always.
Yeah.
She filed
How
a
many?
motion. She
Oh,
filed a motion to disbar the state
oh yeah.
prosecutor.
I was like, what are
Yeah.
you doing, girl? You don't even have one. Okay.
Right.
First off, reckless Ralph. My goodness,
Ugh.
y'all. She is a hoot, huh? That's a nice way to put it.
Mm.
I mean, pretty soon she'll be behind us. And I've always tried to envision long ago throughout this entire process what this would look like. What this time, I never thought we would get here, first off. And then here we are. We're right here on the eve of trial, and I'm a little unnerved because I don't really know. I don't want to lose my community. You know what I'm saying? And
Your
I don't
community
plan
is
on.
not, no, your community is not going to let you down. You have a wonderful
I
community.
mean, you know
They're
what I'm
going to
saying?
be
'Cause,
there for you.
I'm still gonna talk about this. There's so much to still unpack, and I think that's kind of what I signed on to whenever I made that promise
Yeah.
to my Uncle
Well,
Charles and the kids.
most of your uncertainty is because she is representing herself.
That too.
So that will actually strengthen your community and not weaken your community.
Right. And I was always under the assumption or aware that it's the victims that brought this community together. Like, I never looked at it as my community. I looked at it as theirs, right? And then, this woman came down, KJ. A lot of us, we know KJ and the Ray from Tennessee. Very she's Southern, okay? I can't think of the right word right now. But they drove down and they came and visit, and we ended up having a little crawfish boil, just kind of off the cuff, and I mean, I could just see how KJ was just taking it all in, and I don't know, it just touched me big time that, there are people all over the world who follow this case, who have followed this case from day one, who jumped in maybe midway, who are just now joining us today for the first time. And I always wanted to know where or what was it that, what grabbed them about Tylee and JJ and Charles and Tammy and Joe's stories. What was it that you latched on or it latched on to you and you haven't been able to let go, or vice versa? It's like we can relate with the people in the story, with the victims in the story. We can. I relate with Joe. Parental alienation. It's not cool. So anyways, and then Megan, she talks about manipulation and how to identify it. And, I mean, there's so many things that I've learned for sure in all this. So I know I'm not alone in that. I don't know what everybody's reasons are for being part of my community. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, but KJ helped me to see, she was like, girl, you're going to have to show up. You're going to have to continue to show up. And because you have this community, and I don't know, it was like a pep talk that I didn't know that I needed, or that would just really make me realize that, oh my God, okay, yeah, they brought the victims brought, you know, everyone here, but we are what makes up our community, you know?
And we are what carry on the memories of
Yes.
JJ and Tylee and Charles and Joe. That's
Yeah.
how we carry them on, is in our
That's how
hearts
they
and in our
live.
minds.
That's how
Yes.
their spirits live on. And the day that we stop talking about them is the day that they truly die. I believe.
We're never
You know?
going to stop talking about them, ever.
I just hope that their stories aren't repeated. Part of me, you know, hopes that the Ruby Frankie's kids, maybe they saw their stories, you know, maybe, I don't know, you know, it's just, I know that their deaths are not in vain. They never will be. I don't care what their murderers did and said and do and say. That's they don't get to control the afterlife like they try
Nope.
to do, like Lori's trying to do.
Nope. We got that.
That's
We got that in our
total
hearts and in our minds. That's in our
Yeah.
hearts and our minds. Yep.
And then I also want to, I side with Colby a lot with how the mainstream stories are told. And it's just kind of like, I know I'm not the most accurate. Lord knows I'm not very effective in saying it, you know, but if I've seen it somewhere, if I've heard it, you know, and I've heard it like once, twice, 3 times, and I'm like, this is kind of something that's interesting, you know, it's kind of like you said, a theme. It's stands out, and I don't know. I just kind of want to understand it a lot more, and in doing so, I think that can only bring real justice, true justice, telling their stories accurate, and you know, without excusing the church every damn time. Okay, I'm sorry.
You know, we didn't finish the memo.
No, I know. It's our gimmick.
Right?
8 years later, and we're like, yeah, okay, next paragraph. Coming back here. Yeah, that's me and Joe. We conspired. We agreed to just, you know, it's our gimmick. But I do need to grab that link, and I can share it. And that way, if you want to go read it, you're more than welcome to. You can Google it too, Glenn Pace memo or the Pace memo. And actually, I closed it out earlier, so there's that. Remember when I closed all my tabs and you had to come get me back out from backstage? Yeah,
no,
that was
I don't
me.
remember that. I have a short memory.
And I'm gonna. Oh, I'm sorry. I just ran right over you with a Mack truck. Okay, here is the link to the Chandler documents, the 1108 page document that I was sharing just now with Debbie, Alex, talking about Alex, about the Chandler investigation into my Uncle Charles's murder. And did you ever see the Gilbert documents, by the way?
I've seen some of them. I don't know that I've seen all of them. There are so many.
It's a pretty compelling case, I do believe. The one Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes. Yep.
I don't know again why they're not charging Chad in that one either. I'm just like, what is wrong with y'all? Are you blind? You don't see him rolling the damn tire in?
I think Lori actually made that argument as well. Why am I the only one being charged in this?
Well, for once we can agree. Okay. And then he's gonna be one of her witnesses, maybe. I mean, that's just but he's not a witness for the state. That's crazy. Talking about Brandon. The only one that's both is Adam. I think Adam is a state's witness, and he's also Lori's. Or she called for him. But anyways, and so no Melanie, and we don't have to hear from Zalema. Okay. High five. We're winning. Yeah. Thank you for having me again, and for cutting up with me, and for talking about some really dark shit. Appreciate
Kresha,
it.
it has been amazing. We've been on here for 4 freaking hours.
I know.
Can you believe
That's why
that?
I keep looking at it like, oh, I'm so sorry, y'all. But y'all are some good sports or some glutton for punishment, okay?
Yes. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for subbing. Thank you for liking. And thank you, Kresha, for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. Love always wins. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. I'll see you guys.
Love
next time.
always wins.
Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Oh, we can make a difference if we put in the time. Yeah. Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime.